if I didn't give you a skin and I
Welcome back, Titan Esports community. It's another wonderful year, 2025, for to play League of Legends, to be back in amateur, to be back at Titan, to be back on stream. For everybody here, I'm Sems, your owner of Titan Esports, running the league for a couple of years now. Everything's been going amazing so far, and I hope you have all enjoyed your time here and the amount of tournaments that we've been able to put out and the growth that we've been able to see. So last year we had probably over like 250 teams participate across the three splits that we did, which was amazing to see with the introduction of some new leagues, doubling down on some additional caps, increasing our production value. Major shout out to Chris Sunga of Friend of Foe Esports for that. So we've been doing a lot of growth in 2024, a lot of different things, and in 2025 we hope to do even bigger things, have more teams participate, more tournaments for everybody to have fun in, compete in, um, participate in the community and everything. So with that being said, for our winter split that you have all signed up to participate for, or most of you and some of you just as viewers, as fans, etc. We have over 88 teams in our five leagues currently, with one of them being delayed a week. So those five leagues, as you all know, are our Divinity League on Monday nights. Actually, before I do that, as I was saying, for 2025 we have big plans. And one of those things that we want to do in 2025 is give everybody an opportunity to support or represent Titan in a different way that we haven't done before. And thanks to the work of Chris from Friend of Foe, with the partnership that we've had, and him being our production director and all the creative talent that he has, we've been trying to maximize that. So, with that being said, for this to start the year off and to start the winter split off, we have created our own tiny sports merchandise. So you can see that right here. Our tiny merch will feature a lot of various options that you can purchase with our new revamped logo for this year, and it will be available tomorrow in the Friend or Foe store. You can see the link right there, fofesports.com/tie-in. We're gonna have different various hats, sweatshirts, shirts, etc., and maybe even a jersey down the line. We'll see, depending on how things shake out here and there. So once again, merchandise will be coming tomorrow, which merch store. If you want to support Tie and represent us, check that out tomorrow. And once again, thank you to Chris for setting all this up. So I'm super excited, and I will definitely be getting that crew neck for myself because that is one of the designs I really like. So with that being said, from merch, as I was saying, for this year, we have our five leagues, as you all know, our Divinity League on Monday nights, which is E4 cap, our Eternal League on Monday nights also, which is a fearless version of our Conqueror League, which is D4 cap. And then on Tuesday nights, we have Vanquisher, which is M100 cap. That is also fearless for this winter split, as is Divinity and Eternal. And on Tuesday nights, we will also have a Gladiator League, which is P4 capped. So we're trying to bring that back again, but we're still in the works with some additional teams and people that are signing up, etc., to get that up and running the following week. So that's going to be a 1 week delay. And then for our Conquer League on Wednesday, our probably longest running league alongside Divinity, which is our D4 capped, that league is not fearless. So that is still sticking with a standard draft format to give people who don't enjoy fearless as much, and also because we have Eternal on Mondays as fearless. And then Thursday, capping it off, is our Immortal League 600 LP cap with a lot of Masters players, etc. So with that, I'll get into the different teams and everything that we have for each of those leagues for each segment. But for now, we are going to jump into our Divinity League first. So I'm going to bring that up. Let's see. And the rosters are empty for this. Yeah, they are. I baited everybody with the announcement, right? But don't worry. As we draw the teams, you're going to be able to see the rosters and you're going to have some insight on who they are and what groups they're going to go into, etc. But for our Divinity League, as you can see here, probably make that a little bit smaller. It is on Mondays at 8 o'clock. 16 teams have signed up, which is our biggest size for Divinity in a while. We pretty sure all three splits last year we had 10 teams. So with a lot of the changes that Riot is making, I think there's a lot more growth in Divinity, and people are kind of trickling back down into that plat elo range. So I expect this maybe to be the new standard, or for a larger player base in this specific elo cap. So with the 16 teams, this is the standard league structure that we want to have across all of our leagues, or at least a minimum. And that includes a 7-week group stage with 8 teams making playoffs, so top 4 from each team. And then the prize pool is is 480, split between first, second, third, and fourth, as you can see that there. Pretty standard, yeah. The only big different change is for Divinity is that it's 2 groups now. It's a larger league, and it is fearless draft. So the fearless draft format that Eternal and Immortal players are familiar with is that for the first 3 games, any champion that you picked pretty much in those games is not allowed for the subsequent games, in addition to the 10 bans that the teams have each game. And then game 4, you only have 3 bans for each team. And then game 5, there are no bans except the fearless bans that happened in the previous games. So you can read more about that in our rulebook. And with that being said, I think we're going to jump into drawing teams. But before I do that, for the Divinity segment, I have our guests. I have the special guests that are here with me, with one of them being Darrison and the other one being Chai. So I'm going to let them introduce themselves, with Darrison going first.
Hey, thanks for having me on, Sems. Excited to be here and excited to play. From what I know, Fearless and some of the teams that I think are gonna be in, it's gonna be a really fun competitive split, and I'm ready for it. So excited to talk and talk some shit.
Awesome. Thanks. Glad to have you here, Darrison. Chai, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself?
Sure. Tried Waterboy for Conduit, and the original creator of Yeet Man Veer movement from last split. Again, happy to hear here, just like Drizzen. Not planning on playing, but will be fun to see all the teams involved.
Awesome, awesome. Um, thanks for joining me, and I'm excited to have you guys and see what you guys have to say about these teams and how you think the split is going to shake out. So with that, we're going to jump into drawing the first team for Divinity on our handy dandy wheel spinner here. So as you can see, it's designed with our new Tiny Sports logo right there in the middle, our new colors, the dark blue, the red, the gray, and the silver, some pretty cool colors that you can see in our merch. So we have the 16 teams in here, and we're going to spin, and obviously one of them is going to be removed. And they're going to get drawn into Group A. And
Do
the
you have any
first team,
bets on who the first one's gonna be, Sems?
it's funny because this is like alphabetical order, It's
Oh,
Agape Esports, so that's
of
a
course.
pretty wild coincidence. And for Agape Esports, I believe they participated last split in our Conquer League, I want to say, and this is one of their second teams that they're hosting in Divinity. I don't think they were able to make it, a little spoiler, in our Conquer this time around, but they will be playing Divinity. They're just looking to improve and have fun in a competitive setting. And yeah, let's check out their roster over here.
Perfect. Is this Division A then? Or
Yes,
one? Okay.
they go into Group A. So if I go over here and if we switch to the roster sheet, you can see Agape Esports is the first one there. And they are now in the standings as Group A. With our little updated roster league docs here, there's a little bit of different design that you guys are going to see through all of them. Did a little bit of revamp there, thanks to once again Chris Sunga of FOF Esports. So he's been helping out with various things here and there in term when it comes to design as well. So you can see on the roster sheet for our first team, we have Agape Esports. There, and not just for them, but for every team. Um, there's a starters multi-link that everybody can click, and then there's subs as well. So that's pretty similar to our previous sheets. And then you have everybody's individual multi-OPGG and their peak rank. So this rank column for everybody that didn't notice the last split or didn't understand what it was, it is pretty much your peak for the ranks that we look at in terms of eligibility in our rulebook. So your highest peak from S13-2, 14-1, 14-2, 14-3, whatever is the highest. That is what's shown here. So if somebody's like, hey, yeah, I'm not Emerald 4 anymore or whatever. Well, you were Emerald 4 at some point in the past year and a half. So with that being said, we have Agape Esports. They have Penguin Troopers in the top lane, Mango Lover in the jungle role, Natsu mid lane, RIP 5s as in the bot lane, and Ugly Angel as support, with Amorphous in this as a sub. Chai, Darson, thoughts on any opinions on these teams, familiar with these players?
I'll let you go first, Chai.
I feel like all these guys are new to the scene. Correct me if I'm wrong. I haven't seen any of these names.
I'm gonna hearken that as well. I am not familiar, but I that's a lot of E4, like Emerald Peaks. So it could be a really good team that I just may not be familiar with. So
Yeah,
it's
for sure.
exciting.
The only name that stands out, and if this is the same person, I think Natsu played in the same elo maybe a little bit while ago. If it's the same person, maybe not, maybe a different Natsu. I think that's a Pokemon, so pretty common name. And yeah, I think they look pretty solid on paper. They look pretty solid, depending on I don't know about their support with the silver rank, but other than that, you know, they look pretty solid on paper. So we'll see how they do.
For sure.
And we're gonna remove them, and we're gonna spin for the next team. Now that I've explained everything, I'm gonna try to like move things a little bit faster, maybe, just so everybody doesn't wait around for a while. Our next team up is Foolsry. This is a collaboration roster between the Fools 5 Esports and Misery Esports, which we've seen both of them participate in Titan before. Each org has one chip. I'm not sure where they won those chips, but it wasn't Titan, so it doesn't really count, right? So Foolsry, the combination
What is this?
roster, and we're gonna switch over here. And if you guys watch this, I'm gonna do some magic real quick. If I can find my sheet. They're going into Group B. So if we go back, oh wait, they didn't appear. They're down here. So Group B for Foolsry is FFK 5th in the top lane, Rich in the jungle role, Foolish in the mid lane, JC in the bot lane, Alistar PhD in the support role, and Mandalorian as a sub.
Chai, anyone?
I've seen JC and Alistar
I've heard of
before in
JC
screens.
for sure. And I think I've played maybe a match against them.
Yeah, I think they'll be. I mean, at least from what I've seen from JC and Alistar, I think they'll be solid. Now, the rest of the team, I'm not too familiar with.
I
But
feel like Misery's got good stuff going on. I feel like they put together good teams.
They have. We did a collab roster with them too in one of the other leagues that I don't remember, but we won that championship too. So
So I'm not gonna ever discount this roster. You know, like I may not know everyone, but I'm sure they could
yeah,
be tough for
I'm
sure.
I'm pretty sure. I don't know if it was their same roster or if JC played on it, but I think they were in finals of BOL. No,
that's the
semifinal.
other. That's
Oh,
the
okay, okay,
Misery
okay.
Obsidian Vice.
Yeah, it was
Oh,
Obsidian
hey, no
Vice.
spoilers, no spoilers, no spoilers. They might be in here too, but we'll see. Okay, that's the other one, but we'll see what this sister version of this team, I guess, can do. And with that, let's jump to the next team. So the next team up is TFF Alfstronauts.
Oh, here we go. The
The
Alf.
the Alfstronauts are a League of Legends team launched into orbit by Alf, humanity's greatest gift. With his cosmic skills and gravity-defying plays, Alf single-handedly carries the team. While the rest of us flow aimlessly like satellites, buckle up. It's an intergalactic journey to victory. And Alf's the rocket fuel. We're just here to make sure he doesn't crash land to infinity and beyond. So this team has been in several splits of playoffs, but they have nothing to show for it. Maybe this is the time that they're gonna come around and win a championship. So let's check out the TFF Alfstronauts roster, which will be in Group A. So they have Ultimice in the top lane, Sweevil in the jungle role, Alphate in the mid lane, and Chromalone support, and Chromalone ADC and Barolo support. So pretty strong roster. I'm pretty sure that's the defending champion top lane and support, yeah?
Yeah, yeah. Um, I think this roster is really strong, like really, really strong. I've scrimmed them. I always look at Alf in the mid lane as a like somebody I'm trying to beat and be better than, because I respect them. But I think this whole team, I respect Ultimice. I respect I think every single one of these players are really good, and
Mhm.
it's gonna be a hard team to beat. It's gonna be a challenge.
For sure, for sure. Yeah, looking pretty strong. I'm assuming this team has very high expectations of themselves. So, as long as personalities don't clash and they don't crash out, they should be pretty
I mean,
solid.
this is a finals team for sure.
Okay,
I
okay.
think
Ooh,
it.
finals?
I mean, we'll see the rosters. Maybe I'll eat my tongue, but
Yeah,
right now, like, I genuinely think like these guys, they should be trying to win it with this roster.
that's probably their goal. I mean, you're bringing
Yeah,
back 2 champions and 3 other super strong players. So,
100%.
strongest team we've seen so far, probably in both of your opinions, I'd say. But the
Yeah.
next team up is Conduit Esports Flux. So this is
Mm.
a most of you are familiar with the Conduit Esports organization. I know 2 of you are with me as guests, but they're a well-known org and won the Plat Emerald League. Apparently number one if you ask whoever submitted their application. Not biased at all. They're pretty chill guys. Their team itself is a group of people that enjoy playing together while also seeking to improve. A few of them are already friends, and they added a few like-minded people. So we'll switch on over to um, the, the Conduit team, Conduit Flux, which is going into Group B. So if we check out their roster down here, so Conduit Esports Flux has Fenbach in the top lane, Amin Arc in the jungle role, Sox Thighs in the mid lane, Tortuga ADC, and Trux as support, with our special guest Chai as a sub. Chai, why don't you tell us a little bit about this team?
Sure. Yeah, so I think this is a really strong roster overall. I think they'll obviously grow into it, but you have probably like a top 3 players across, in my opinion, across all roles.
Mm-hmm.
So once they can get some of their chemistry going, um, yeah, they'll be a tough one to beat. And obviously, shout out to Fenbach. He is my favorite top laner. I don't know if he's the best, but he's my favorite, and he's probably top 2.
Darrison, any thoughts on your
Uh,
sister team here?
yeah, absolutely. I mean, this team is amazing. Like, the only reason I don't want to be a part of this team is because I think I'd make it worse.
Hmm.
But I love all these guys. I've been a big not how do I say this? I've been deeply involved with helping out with anything these guys need. They are our sister team. Like we scrimmed a lot, we've practiced together a lot, we've talked a lot, and I think this is an amazing squad. And I'm scared of them, but I know I can beat them too. So I'm excited for them, and I think I don't know. It's gonna be a fun squad to face if you guys have to draft against these guys. It's a really fun time
Fearless
if
draft
you like
too.
draft.
Fearless draft,
Yeah,
yeah.
no, it playing against these guys is a good time if you're nerdy about fearless draft at all. It's a fun time.
For sure, for sure. Sounds good. So another strong team making its way into Group B. So let's go and spin for the next team. And the next team up is going to be Conduit Esports Retribution. So this is a Conduit team mixed with veteran and new players, and they hope to win it all. A few of them have been finalists, and some of them have been champions as well. So let's put Conduit Esports Retribution into Group A, and then let's check out their roster up here. So Conduit Esports Retribution has Gab Dougie Fresh in the top lane, Tyne Duff in the jungle, Darius in mid lane, Bam in the bot lane, Asthmatic Boy support, Wild Turtle, and Illicit Raven as subs. Why don't you guys tell us a little bit about this team?
Chai, I'll let you go first, please.
It's your roster. You go.
All right. Well, this is a roster of people that have rallied around my cry to take a shot again at this, and I really believe in every one of them. There wasn't many different trials that came to this, but sometimes when like you see something right away and you feel like, I think this group is really fun to play with, and I think we're really strong. We have stuff to work on, but I think a fearless system really favors us, and I think a season is going to. I don't know. I think we'll have time to show what we can do. So I'm excited for it.
For sure. Chai, any opinions?
Yeah. One thing I just want to shout out for Derizen. He was my boy last split. Just one thing to watch. I'm starting the Yeet Derizen movement right now, okay?
Okay.
Last 4 splits. He's placed finals in Divinity, 1 Risen finals, 1 BOL finals, and then finals in Divinity again. How's this guy not yeeted yet?
Wait, he won BOL finals? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
How many chips does he have? Let me count those up and see if they violate any of our Apex player rules or anything.
Nah, I was carried though every time.
Third,
Don't you know?
third time's a charm, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I got. I I'm excited to try it. We'll see.
Can we get
I'm not
any?
gonna stop trying.
Can we get any Yi Darisons in the chat? Maybe, maybe.
Maybe we'll see.
If we don't get 100 right now, he's staying in the league. All right, that's
I don't know. I think I'm a player that like revolves around the strengths of my teams, so maybe it
Mhm.
doesn't show up always. But I try to win games, not be the best
Well,
mid
we'll,
laner.
we'll see how this split shakes out for you. And let's spin for the next team, which will be TPO Reformed. This is a Troll Picks only roster,
Oh,
and they've been playing in
what
Titan
is
for a
this?
while, and they've also lost a lot in Titan, and they're looking to change this. Yeah, go TPO. So let's put TPO into Group C. No, there's no Group C. Group B, which they will be in with a couple of other teams, and then let's check out their roster down here below. So TPO Reformed has Indigo in the top lane, Arizi in the jungle, Ziggy mid lane, Step on My Trap in the bot lane, Verde as a support, and then 3 subs, Marwichan, Lightly Moist Sock, and the drink. How are you guys thinking? What are you guys thinking about this TPO team?
Ziggy in the mid lane.
Was he a 80 carry last time
I
or
think
He was
previously?
he was a jungler that was
jungle?
yapping at Nation nonstop.
Yeah.
Oh, word. Yeah.
I
That'll
think
be fun.
he might be getting forced against his will to play this position.
Off roll?
Maybe.
Okay,
I think if you're
Jason.
gonna off roll any lane, mid lane's the easiest. So
No, I see in the chat Ziggy as jungle, Reese is mid lane.
Oh, is it?
Yeah,
really?
yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Hey, that's not my fault. I'm gonna blame Loki for that. She probably submitted the team wrong or something. So it's Ziggy jungle and Reezy mid lane.
Yeah. That's what it looks like.
Okay, awesome. I literally just swapped them. That was pretty fast. You see that? I just smurfed that. So Ziggy jungle again. I think he played for them last play in the jungle. So making a return with some new players around them. I believe Indigo was there too.
Yeah. Yeah. I think they'll do alright. I mean,
All right. I mean, like they said, they're just trying to improve on their previous showings. So
yeah.
best of luck to TPO. I think they'll do fine this split. More teams now, more league disparity as well. So let's roll for the next team or spin for the next team. And the next team up is Funny Business Packers, which is a team from the Funny Business Esports
Oh my gosh,
organization
what is
with
this team?
JK Slap Games. Their
Is
team
this
their team
A?
designed to win tie-in and prove naysayers wrong, okay?
Oh
So
god, okay.
yeah, let's see.
Is this group A?
Let me see. I have to double check my handy dandy sheet. Divinity, this is the 3, 6, 7th team drawn. Yes, they are going into Group A. Funny Business Packers into Group A. And let's check out their roster. We have Legend Kimchi in the top lane, JK Slap Games in the jungle role, Corey of the Rose mid lane, Baba Jam in the bot lane, and Effervescence in the support role with T Faker as a sub. I think most of these people have played here last split. So, any
Yeah.
thoughts on them?
The only person I guess I th- I'm terrible with names sometimes, so this is not disrespect. I believe Baba was in the league, and I played against them, and they were good. But I know Corey, JK, both really strong. I don't know if I know Legends, but I feel like TPO puts together good squads, and I think they're
Funny business.
like,
Yeah.
yeah, FB. I think JK's got good stuff going on over there. I think it'll be a fun team. I'm sure they're gonna have a couple, maybe not like rely on this as the strategy, but I bet they're gonna have some fun picks to like have to
For
deal with.
sure, for sure. I know JK likes getting a little crazy with drafts and picks and
Yeah,
everything,
I
so.
love crazy drafts, so I'm here for it.
Chad, you missed out on last split, but I know you watched some of it. You remember any of these players or any thoughts on how they're gonna do?
I think I'm just gonna keep an eye out for Legend Kimchi. Like,
Okay.
if he's playing or starting over T Faker, who's Elf's like favorite top laner now, like I think he must be pretty decent. So we'll see.
Okay, for sure. Welcome back to Funny Business. Let's move on and draw the next team for Group B, which will be Monkey's Master Chef. Into Group B, let's see, Monkey's Master Chef, and what do they have? This is the Literal Monkeys organization. I don't know if they're rebranding to just Monkeys. They're not literal anymore, I guess. But yeah, welcome back. This is a team I believe ran by Anderson Cooper, who's been around for a bit and assembling a lot of teams for Monkeys this split. And let's check out their roster. They didn't give me any information about what they've done or their accomplishments, but I know they have a couple of chips here and there, some Mickey Mouse leagues, stuff like that. But for their Master Chef roster, they have Booty Bangin' Billy in the top lane, your local Sejuani main Batman in the jungle role, Nightmare in the mid lane, Chef J in the bot lane, and Pink Penguin as support. This team looks pretty strong. It has some pretty solid players. Have been around for a while. What do you guys think?
I did
I-
not think these people will be together on this roster. There's a lot of
Why?
there's a lot of
Why?
history between Nightmare and Billy on Gerardo Sai, I think last split. And then Batman and Nightmare as well.
I don't know anything about it. To me, on paper, this team looks really good. I think this is a playoff team that like could definitely kick me out at any stage and make finals, but it's a beatable team. It's people that I respect, Batman and Nightmare especially. I think both of them are really good at what they can do. Um, I think I don't know if there's like issues that you know about that, uh, but if they're here, I don't know. They probably figured it out, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, that's how it is, you know. There's people that have been around, like, you know, these amateur leagues for probably like, holy shit, like 10 years, you know. But a lot more people that have probably been around for like 4 or 5 years. So there's a lot of history that's built over time, and you know, you get over issues, get over problems, you resolve stuff, and you put together a pretty strong team, in my opinion. So
100%. This looks
we're,
like a good team to me.
yeah, for sure. We'll see what the master chefs are able to do. Let's move on to the next team. I'm pretty sure like they've been some of them on that roster have been around for 10 years, bro. Next team up is Illusion. Illusion has been participating here for a couple of splits now. They represent All In Esports, and they've been competing in other leagues for a couple of splits, and they're back for their second one now. So Illusion will be going into, make it on my handy dandy sheet 4-4. They'll be going into Group A, and their roster is going to show up here with their starters. For Illusion, they have Neptune Rises in the top lane, Dolph Fnatic in the jungle, Undetermined mid lane, and RTG XX were crazy in the bot lane, and D1 busy and the ADC role with Decoy as a sub. I think this roster might be changing a little bit, so I wouldn't take away too much from what they have on here, but they're currently in the midst of roster changes. So, um, I think you guys participated against some of these players last split though. But any thoughts on them?
Yeah, definitely. I know for sure. Um, Neptune, Dolphin, D Busy. I'm pretty sure I've lost or dropped games to all of them. In scrims or
Mm-hmm.
in season, but like they're all good players. Like I
Yep.
think this roster isn't far off from finding something really special, depending on who they pick up. You know, it's hard to say obviously without it
Yeah. True.
completed, but
True.
and I don't know the 80K area at all. Um, but
Mm,
like
Yep.
I don't think I don't know. This would be fun to see what they end up fully fleshing out as.
For sure. Chai, any thoughts?
No, I think this will be like, unless they make major improvements, this will be one of the probably middle of the pack.
Okay. I think
I,
that's
I
kind of
do
like,
think they made,
mhm.
yeah, they made playoffs, I think,
Yeah,
at
or
least last
they
split
were
with
close. They were
this
close.
roster. Yeah.
But yeah, I think they were pretty much in that similar range, and that's kind of where I expect them, unless they make major roster changes. But also, I want to say shout out to their top laner, Neptune Rises. He's actually developed the eligibility bot that's used within our server and BOL as well. So for anybody that uses it, that saves you a lot of time checking, you know, whether you have your games required, your peak rank, whatever, or whether you're eligible for the league. Give him a big thank you because he's been doing a great job maintaining that and building that out. So shout out to Neptune. And if you ever need to check your eligibility or how many games you have, go to the bots channel and just check out those commands. Okay. Let's move on from Illusion to the next team, which will be Monkeys Tropics. So this is the second Monkeys team that we have, and this is their sister team. Let me double check something. So this team, Monkeys, Tropics, and we have five. They would go into Group B. So in regards to sister teams, and there's a little bit of spoiler, but there are 3 teams from multiple organizations. So we're gonna limit it to 2 per group instead of 1 per group. So the first one that's drawn, if they end up being in the same group, that's fine. And then if there's already 2 in a specific group, we're gonna move the third one over to the next group.
Definitely makes sense.
So this is Monkeys Tropics. They're gonna go into, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in Group A, 3, 4 in Group B. So they're going to Group B. And same thing for the other org that has 3 teams as well. So Monkeys Tropics is allowed into Group B with their sister team, Monkeys Master Chef. And then obviously the third team will be in Group A regardless of what happens, but they're going to get drawn into that anyway. So for the Monkeys Tropics team, we have Altazi in the top lane, Coach Silent K in the jungle role, Big News in the mid lane, Godson Ego in the bot lane, and Islamic Samurai as a support, with Hug Life as a sub. This is a lot of returning players. Altazi, probably somebody that's played around for a while and take a break, is returning as well. And then some players that you guys played against previous splits as well. Thoughts on this team?
Yeah, I mean, on paper, this team looks like one you want to bet on, but I think there's a lot of ego here. Not sure how they're all working together right now. I've definitely lost some of these players. I've beaten a lot of them as well. I think they might have the worst sub pool in the league so far. They don't have a lot of options. Shout out my boy Hug Life. I love you, Micah. I'm just kidding.
Chai, thoughts on this team?
I think they probably have like a top 3 team on
Yeah.
paper to me.
Okay.
I think
This is a
Godson
strong
is,
team.
yeah, I think Godson and Islamic is like a crazy duel in plat in bot lane. Big news, when he pops off, he's always crazy. It will be interesting to see how Coach Silent K transitions to jungle. But I mean, he played like all the jungle champs in top lane last split anyway, so I'm sure he'll be fine.
Yeah, this is a lot of role swaps from what I see. I think maybe not a lot actually. No, sorry. I don't know about Coach Silent
Big
K,
News was a
but Big
top
News.
laner, right?
No, I'm pretty sure his main role is ADC, and then his secondary role is top lane.
Well, I'll tell you this: I've lost lane to Big News in mid lane before.
Well,
Recently,
you
he's
might.
not bad.
No, he's definitely a very strong multi-role talent. So I'm excited to see what the Tropics are able to do. And with that being said, let's move on to the next team. Next team up is Agni Kai. So they will be going into Group A. So let's check out Agni Kai Esports. Why are they not on my list? Oh, this was one of the later teams that joined. But this is the org that's been around for a while, run by Finny Zuri, who goes by multiple names. And they've had teams here and there. They played in AK a long time ago, probably before you guys were here, and probably one of my first splits here too. But this roster is completely different from that. And they have Ryoga in the top lane, Shu in the jungle, the Glizzler mid lane, Zuri in the bot lane, and Billy Badass as a support. Shout out Billy Badass, that's my draft championship support. Thoughts on the Agni Kai team?
Jai, I feel like you know more about most of these guys than I do.
This is the number 1 on the list for most likely to have a different roster by week 3.
Nah, you
Good
sure?
beef.
I don't know. You haven't seen all the roster. It's too early to say that.
I don't know. Feeney might have these guys in chains. He's been asking for weeks for players.
Nah,
So-
they gotta bring back Altazi. You don't remember those days, but Altazi has been poached by Cooper and the Monkeys. So,
It's
but
fair.
I think they're strong on paper. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, Glizzler's a good mid laner. Man.
Yeah.
He's a guy that I have to prepare for sure.
Yeah.
But like, I don't know. I just don't know much about the rest of the squad. Maybe I'm ignorant, but I'm not too worried overall.
Now they should do fine as long as they can, like, not crash out. Pretty much.
Word.
If
Makes sense.
they gel together, they'll be fine. All right.
I believe it.
With that, let's move on to the next team, which is Monkey Supreme. Okay, Monkey Supreme is not going to go into Group B because there are already two Monkeys team in there, so we're gonna put them into Group A. So Monkey Supreme, this is their third roster. Shout out to Poacher Paul putting all these teams into our Divinity League. Poacher Paul is their owner, for those of you that are unfamiliar with them. So let's see. Monkey Supreme has Steel Fan in the top lane, Myth in the jungle role, the Lord JK in the mid lane, Rud Stepbro in the bot lane, Yukino as support, with Giraffe Rider and Final Captain as subs. Thoughts on the Supreme team?
Go ahead, Chai.
I think they have some interesting pieces. Like I like Steelfan. I think he's hit or miss, but when he's hit, he's probably like he can beat anybody. Stepbro is okay as ADC. Myth actually, I saw him in a scrim recently. I was quite impressed by him. I think they can be middle of the pack.
Yeah, I would hearken that. I'm pretty sure the scrim Chai is talking about is versus my team, and Myth was very impressive. He was an impactful jungler. He was, I think, probably the shining spark of that team, but also Stepbro. I've not really known him much, but played against him quite a few times over the last few years, and uh, at least recently, I think he's playing better than I've ever seen. So, I don't know what that's because of or attributes to, but I don't. I agree, middle of the pack, but could like do well. I think too.
Okay, okay. One sec. While I double check something, can you guys tell me a little bit more about
Yeah,
any of these
Chai,
teams real quick?
Chai. So looking at everything that you remember, I don't know if you've got all the rosters in front of you or anything, but how are you feeling about A versus B so far as it's panning out? Do you think there's one that's more? Is there a group of death? Is there an easier one? You got anybody that's standing out on either one?
I think A is probably the slightly tougher, but I feel like it's relatively balanced. At
I would
least
agree
thus
with that.
far.
I would agree with that. I think there's like really going in not knowing the full season and all of the rosters, I felt like there was kind of an upper echelon of teams and not really, and I still feel this way, not really one that stands specifically out. And I think those groups are split between both divisions. So I think there's going to be like a battle from both sides of the playoff bracket going in to the end of the split.
Okay, I think I might have overwritten Illusion, so I have to adjust these groups a little bit. So, one second. We drew Monkey's Master Chef into Group B, and then after that, it was Illusion. So, Illusion should be in Group A. My bad. And then after Illusion, we drew AK. So, AK goes to Group B instead of Tropics.
And then Supreme moves over after that.
And then
I would assume.
after AK was Tropics. So Tropics actually instead of Group B, they go into Group A.
Mhm.
My bad, my bad. And
No,
then
good to see.
in after Tropics, we just drew Supreme, so Supreme goes to Group B, which is correct.
Okay, now Group A is a much harder group.
And then that switches things up a little bit, I think, right?
Yeah, Group A is a much harder group now.
Oh man.
I'm rigging the groups. I'm rigging the groups. Hold on. I'm gonna take a quick intermission because I might have scuffed that up and double check who I drew. But all I know is that the first one, two, three, four teams in each group are correct. So I'm gonna send it to a quick 1 minute intermission while I just convert this and sort it out. Sorry guys, but I'll be back in a minute. All right, we're back. We're back. Quick intermission. I had to rig the groups real quick, but as you can see on my screen, this is the correct order. I remember that you can actually get results from the wheel of the spinning wheel. So you can see it goes Agape to A, Foolery to B, TFF to A, Flux to B, Retribution to A, TPO to B, Funny Business to A, MasterChef to B, Illusion to A, Tropics to B, and then Agnikai to A, and Supreme, like originally we said, cannot go into Group B because there's already two Monkeys team. So Supreme goes to A. And now we're gonna draw. I think we already talked about the roster, yeah. So now we're gonna draw the next team that will be going into Group B instead of Supreme. Little hiccup, little hiccup. So the next team is Conduit Esports Kraken, goes to Group B. This is the third Conduit team. So let's select Kraken and let's go check out their roster over here. So Kraken, where is Kraken? Right over here. So Conduit Esports Kraken has Aspen in the top lane, Billy Willard in the jungle role, Crow in the mid lane, Brother Hedge bot lane, Brigade support, and then Klugschleber support a sub, and Unbound as a sub as well. Yeah, for sure. We'll see how this Kraken team does as well. I don't think some of them haven't really participated here in a while compared to some of the other Conduit teams. But I'm sure they can compete with the rest of them as well. So the next team in Group B as well, since we moved the last Supreme team to A, which will be Misery, Obsidian, Vice, and this is the other Misery, Foolery, or roster. So let's check out their roster. And I had you guys muted, so I unmuted you.
Oh, they didn't hear any of that? Oh, that's rough.
No, they didn't hear anything that you guys said about
Perfect.
Kraken.
Perfect.
So I'll let you talk
That's
about.
Uh,
Go ahead, talk
oh,
about Kraken real quick.
mine was pretty quick. I literally just said all I'm gonna say is hashtag Billy Willard MVP, hashtag Yeet Billy. He's gonna be the fucking carry for the whole season. So
That's funny. All right, let's check out the roster that we just pulled, which was Misery, Obsidian, Vice, who has Narva in the top lane, Jesus with Jason in jungle role, Wall Street mid lane, Mary Lee Sin bot, Zartan support, and then three subs: Blossom Blade, Siofra, and Cassius Satis, which is Ulvram. I believe this is the roster that we were mentioning that was in a finals in another Plat League last split. So thoughts on these guys?
Go ahead, Derizen.
I think this is a roster we went deep, Chai and I specifically against in a finals in BOL. There's good players on this roster for sure. I'm not familiar with their bot lane, but it's a beatable roster. I know how to win against it. It's not really that scary. It looks good on paper, but we'll just have
Okay,
to see how bad they won it.
okay. I'm expecting big things out of them. I think they had a pretty good run in BOL, and they picked up a pretty strong support as well, who I believe was not on the roster. So, Chai, any thoughts?
I think it'd be interesting to see how they do. They had Tortuga and Trucks, who's now on Conduit. So we'll see how they mesh. But Jesus with Jaya and Wall Street's a really strong mid jungle duo.
Okay, okay. And with that, let's try the next team, which will be going into Group A. And that team is Imperial Gaming, who has also been around for a while with the same team, run by. Let me see. Let me get my sheet. By Azure. Yes, Azure
Yep.
Fire. So for their team, they have. There they are, Imperial Gaming with Noble Bark in the top lane, Dummy in the jungle role, Azure Fire in the mid lane, Paradigm Shift as bot lane, and Concrete Ivar as the support. So a lot of these guys have been around in the scene as well for a long time. Looking to follow up on a okay performance last split, but I believe Azure has brought back some players that he has a lot more synergy and experience with the addition of Ivar in the support role. Thoughts on this version of the Imperial Gaming roster?
I'm just sitting now that it's finalized, looking at Group A, and I'm pretty certain that I think about the game from my position, so I'm thinking about the mid laners that I gotta face, and I'm pretty sure Group A easily has the best mid laners now that Azure's over here. So it's gonna be a fun challenge. This team's good. Bark's good. It's probably in this group they might not make playoffs. It's tough, but they could definitely. But it's gonna be a fun Group A.
I'm just looking forward to Noble Bark yapping. I think before the BOL split, he said him and Azure has never lost in the finals together,
okay.
and then he locked Vayne top, went crazy on it, and then flamed out in the playoffs. Well, mostly because Azure wasn't there, so looking forward to him doing crazy things again.
Okay. And Ivar is making another appearance back into the Divinity League after he had a pretty tumultuous showing last time around, but we won't really go into that. So hopefully he has a better run this time around, as he has put in a lot of work to improve his skills and gameplay. So I've seen it firsthand. And the last team being drawn is Summit Esports Peakers. So Summit is a new org to Titan. I believe one of their owners participated here in our Vanquisher League under a different name. But this time around, they have brought a lot more teams into Titan, or he has specifically. But they are an org that is created to help foster development for League of Legends players with running draft leagues from as early as 2021, with players all the way from Iron to Challenger. They're a draft league turned esports org, and their focus is still on development and progression of all ranks to compete with the best in their class and reach their goals and push new players. So shout out to Summit and their draft league and bringing in the various teams that they have in addition to this Divinity team. So let's check out the Summit Esports Peakers roster, which has Baratel in the top lane, Gamer Destroyer jungle, ISO Didact in the mid lane, Strand bot lane, Brissy support, and Sloth as a sub. There's Chai thoughts on these players.
Try anyone?
I feel like these are all new bloods, so
Yep.
Yes.
yeah, like definitely hope they have fun and enjoy the scene.
Yeah, anything can happen. Season's long, so like losses feel bad, but you can always keep playing. Like I don't know. Not saying that that's what's gonna happen, but like enjoy. Like Chai said, I hope you guys enjoy the scene. It's fun. It's good to compete, and we're glad you're here.
Thank you. And with that, welcome to Summit. That will be all the teams for our Divinity League drawn into groups now. As you can see in our standings, some of them have wonderful logos, some of them have not submitted their logos yet or they're late, but they will be there soon. And for our standings, in Group A, we have Agape, TFF, Condor Retribution, Funny Business Packers, Illusion, Agni Kai, Monkey Supreme, and Imperial Gaming. And then Group B, we have Fulsry, Conduit Flux, TPO Reformed, Monkey's Master Chef, Monkey's Tropics, Conduit Kraken, Misery, Obsidian Vice, and Summit Esports Peakers. So with the groups finalized and the standings, all the rosters, etc. So everybody should be able to see the rosters, should be able to open this link. The schedule, I'll explain in a second. For the schedule, it's already predetermined. So it's 7-week single round robin. You play every team. This is just predetermined of placeholders for the teams that were drawn. So based on when you were drawn, that is who you'll be playing in your respective group. So for example, I think I remember Agape was drawn as the first team in Group A. So in Group A, they take the spot of T1 for every single one of these. And that's their schedule. We'll update that later tonight after the stream. So that will all be finalized, but you can kind of assume who you're playing. Same thing for Group B. But for the standings, we have just want to get some final opinions, thoughts from our guests here with regards to some of the teams. So the first question, what do you guys think are the 4 playoff teams from each group? And let's start with Group A with Chai up first.
I think it's TFF. I'm gonna give it, and then. Sorry, I'm just going to. I'll go Retributions, Funny Business, and. Question: Sams, do you know if one of the teams was one of? I remember seeing one of the guys saying, "Hey, we're looking for like some Chinese, Mandarin, or Korean speaking." Did they end up making that?
No. No, I think that was like some random new person or something. Why do you think?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was like, yo, someone's making an LPL LCK team in
No,
Divinity. I'm
no.
cheering for them.
No. I don't think they
Yeah.
ever did. There
Okay,
are
then I
there are
think
there
it's yeah.
there are a lot of people that speak various languages within the leagues though. So
Yeah. Then I think I'll give it to TFF, Sir, Funny Business, and between the rest, I'll say one of Agape or IG.
okay. And then Darrison for Group A.
I would say something similar. I think Retribution number 1. I think we clear everyone. It's not gonna be easy, but we can. Alfstronauts, I think definitely number 2. I wouldn't put it past that FPS roster to sneak in at 3 or 4, and I think AK can probably do it too, honestly. So
Gotcha.
I don't know 3 or 4 between FB, P, and AK, but I'd put them there.
Gotcha. And then Group B for the both of you.
Flux
B.
number 1.
Flux, MasterChef, Tropics, and Obsidian Vice.
I'd go Flux, MasterChef, Vice, Tropics.
So same thing, but different order.
Yeah.
Oh, mine wasn't in any order. I'm just saying.
Oh,
that.
yeah,
Really?
yeah.
Mine
Yeah,
was.
yeah.
I'd
Yeah.
say Flux 1, Chef 2, Vice 3, Tropics 4.
Okay. And then just to keep it short, I mean those are all the standings, but one additional question from all the rosters and the players that you've seen. Give me your. I was going to originally do top 5, but give me top 3 for overall or just in your specific role if you want.
Go first, please.
I'll do top lanes because that's probably I'm the most
Okay.
familiar with. Number 1, I'll put Ultimice.
Okay.
You know, the reigning top laner,
Okay.
champ. Number 2, I'll put Finbuck.
Okay.
And then number 3. Number 3 is hard.
Could be a toss up, right?
Yeah, it's probably either between Booty Bang Billy or Narva. And
Okay.
apologies to the newcomers, I'm not familiar, but I'll say those two. Those two. I
Sounds
think
good.
one oh sorry, one guy I think I would just keep an eye out for is Gavtuggy. He's improved a lot, and he's the epitome of a weak side top laner,
Okay,
which
okay.
I'm a huge fan of. So looking for his improvement.
Gotcha. Then Darrison?
Yeah, I'm gonna do the same as Shy and just stick to what I know and go mid laners. I'd say I'm probably gonna be at the top of the list, but maybe not in the stats categories on the website. But yeah, I think I can pretty confidently play against any of these players in the entire league and feel good about it.
Okay.
I think after that, it's a toss-up, but Sox is probably the kind of mid laner I'm afraid of the most. His playstyle is really strong against me, and right now in the patch and the season, I think he's somebody to be afraid of in general. I'd put him at number 2, and I'd probably put it's tough. It's been a while since I faced Glizzler, but I'll put Alf in there because I respect him a lot at number 3, and I do have to prepare hard against him every time. Um, but I don't know that I've lost much. So, but I respect it.
Sounds good. Well, you heard it here first. Some of the predictions for playoffs, some of the top players to look out for, um, and all your teams that have been drawn into the groups, all the rosters. Check it out and tune in on Monday night at 8 p.m. Eastern for our first Divinity stream of the week of the split. And with that being said, I'll hand it off to Shy Darrison. You guys want to give any final thoughts, any shout outs, anything?
Go ahead, Char.
Yeah, shout out Sens for hosting all of this, and shout out to all the teams. Have fun and have a great split.
Yeah, definitely shout out Titan. Content has been great, and shout out everybody. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a long grind, so let's get it. Let's see who gets there.
Thank you guys very much for joining me. And sorry, everybody, things are taking super long, but had a couple of hiccups, had a couple of announcements earlier on. So the rest of the leagues should be smoother and go by quicker, assuming no more rigging for myself. But with that being said, we're going to take a short break. I'm going to get our guests on for the next segment, which we're going to do Eternal first, and then we're going to jump into Conqueror because they're pretty similar. And after that, we're going to do Vanquisher, and we're going to close it out with Immortal last. So stay tuned, sit tight, grab some popcorn, grab whatever you want, because some of these guests that we have on next are a little bit of known to be yappers. So we'll be back in a bit. All right, welcome back, everybody. We're here with the Eternal League, which is our Diamond 4 Cap League on Monday nights. Fearless format, fearless draft format. We have 14 teams this time around, and with a 7-week group stage, 8 teams make playoffs. With 7 weeks of group stage and 40 teams, each team will be playing one cross group match versus the same team that gets drawn at the same time versus them in another group. Otherwise, they play every team in their group once. Prize pool is there. All the rules are here. Nothing has changed too much for Eternal from last split to this split. So for those of you who are returning back, you're pretty familiar with it. So with that being said, I have a whole roundtable of guests with me, and I'm going to let them introduce themselves briefly, quickly. We're going to try to speedrun Eternal. They're going to hang around for both leagues, Eternal and Conqueror, and we'll skip some of the teams that are in both leagues, which you guys will find out eventually once we get to their second time around. But we're going to try to fly through this, and while they give some opinions, etc., on the teams and provide their input, feedback, etc. So why don't they go ahead and introduce themselves, and then we'll spin the first team. With our first guest being our local league op member in your participating in some of your leagues as well, but also staffing on the back end side. Dilly, give us an introduction.
Yep, I'm Dilly. I basically ran Conk last split for Sems. Now I'm here to win it. That's the goal.
Awesome, thanks, Dilly. And then we have a couple of players from various teams that have been playing for the past couple of splits and are playing this split as well. Why don't you each go ahead and give a brief introduction?
Hi, I'm Frozen Spuds, the support player for Mint Crashouts, best Leona NA, and we are here to win it all.
Awesome, thanks, Spuds. Next up.
Yep, my name's Trad. I'm the jungler for now for Tilt Reboot Card, and I was an Eternal finalist last season. Hopefully, we can win Conk this season.
Awesome, welcome, Trad. And last but not least,
I'm a spotter. A teammate just cut me off. I'm cutting him from the team. I'm here to play Eternal and Conquer. Gonna have a fun time.
awesome. Thanks everybody for joining. And let's get into the Eternal teams that are participating, with the first team up being, drumroll, well, if it isn't the Big Gaming Crashouts, who I've heard have already had a crash out on their team, but we'll let Spuds tell us about this team since he's on it. So Spuds, take it away.
I think it's fitting that Mint Gaming Crashouts is drawn first because they will be first in the league. We've got a great lineup, including a new Titan talent jungler that is probably going to run the league. Won't say too much on him, but keep a lookout for him.
Auto scrim's going.
Scrims do not matter.
Got it.
All right, for Mint Gaming Crashouts, as you heard, Spuds said they have a superstar new jungler or whatever role it is, and they also have P-Dog in the top lane. The jungler is Idil. KTL in the mid lane. We'll show them all as ADC, and Spuds himself as support, with Glor Snacks and Poppy Fox as subs. Why is KTL your mid laner?
Bro hates ADC now.
Are
Bro
you guys-
is washed.
Are you guys
so
making?
he's trying to roll swap.
Are you making it past the first week?
Who knows, buddy?
All right, well.
Your guess is as good as mine.
Yeah,
That's
I mean, I will say KTL mid lane will be very interesting to see. That's all I have to say.
All right, well, this roster is a little surprising, but they have two pretty strong ADCs on their team. Jake is probably not even the best ADC in the starting lineup, so I'm not sure what they're doing, but hopefully their scrims are going well, and we'll
I
see.
don't know about that. He just won Philly beat Grand Prix. That's the MVP right there. I think he's the best ADC coming into the league. Not gonna lie.
Okay. Well, might be too early to say that. We'll see what some of the other rosters are bringing in. So Mint Gaming Crashouts, first team in Group A, first team drawn. We're gonna move on. I'll skip a little bit, giving some information on some of these organizations. You guys can ask their respective org owners, learn more about them, or go to the looking for player channel. You know, there's a lot of other teams reaching out there and stuff, etc., etc. Next team going to Group B is Syndicate Cool Ranch Doritos, the less superior flavor of Doritos. But this roster, are one of you on this roster?
Nope, I'm happy I'm not.
Okay, Syndicate
Not
Cool
yet.
Ranch Doritos is going to Group B, and let's check out who they have. I'll take it away for them. Syndicate, Cool Ranch Doritos, Chili Crab in the top lane. Hey, that's one of my top laners. Hybrid Carry in the jungle role, Canela, Chef in the mid lane, Malins, ADC, and EXC in the bot lane. Thoughts on this team?
Syndicate stole Dorado players and rebranded.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a pretty solid team. I would have to see the other teams that are going to be coming into Eternal, but this team should be able to compete for top 2 in the group. But yeah, I think this is definitely a team that can maybe make a run toward semis if they're able to get out of the group.
I'm really glad this team got drawn here because if I remember correctly, this means this is our cross group match, and I'm excited for an opportunity to show Lost how bad his team building is.
That's true. That is your cross group match. This team, to be honest, looks pretty strong on paper. We'll see if they can gel well together. So, welcome back to the Syndicate and some of the players that they picked up. So, we'll draw the next team up. Next team up is Monkeys Cancun. And the Monkeys Cancun player, you want to take it away? Is that nobody?
Nope.
Who's on?
Nope, that's nobody.
Man, you guys, I'm gonna be honest. These people, you guys share some of the same teams on different orgs with mix of players, so I can't keep up with.
Oh, which roster you have? Because I heard they changed the roster recently.
I can't keep up with the crazy amount of teams that you guys play on, and that is just my honest take. But I will tell you guys who their roster is, because you might all be surprised with some of the roster you see here. Monkeys Cancun has Terps in the top lane, Discrepancy in the jungle role, Discrepancy aka not Chris, and Sean in the mid lane with Maze bot lane and Metal as support. Thoughts on the Cancun roster?
Yikes.
I think
They'll do fine. They'll do fine.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a team that is similar to to Cool Ranch in some ways, except that Monkeys has been actively imploding for the past 2 weeks. But I am gonna be interested to see how Discrepancy and Sean can fit into this roster, following the turmoil that has happened. But if Monkeys can kind of recover and just get out of their group, because that's all you have to do. All you have to do is get out of your group and get into playoffs, and then anything can happen. So just being able to recover and get out of your group, that's what Monkeys needs to do.
Yeah, changing the roster 1 week out is pretty suspect, but hopefully Terps and Sean can carry, because I don't think their bot lane will.
Okay.
I feel like a lot of rosters change 1 week out before the league starts, but
Very
that
true.
isn't really indicative of whether or not they'll do well. So they have some big names that have put up big games, and whether or not they can play together, we'll have to find out.
Very true. I've spent a lot of today actually cleaning up a lot of the rosters and going through changes that people are making through the team applications, not just for Conqueror, but for other leagues too. So stuff does change leading up to the first week and even right after the first week. So we'll see if Cancun can build some synergy and rebound from their changes and get the ball rolling early on. So after Cancun, the next team up will be Tilt Esports Noxus. So this is another one of the rosters that just shares a bunch of players. Maybe let me see. Tilt Esports Noxus. Who do they have on their roster?
I think this is the Thunder McBusters team.
This is the Komarebi in the top lane. Kill me in the jungle. Please don't kill me. Thunder McBusters in the mid lane, Neglect in the bot lane, and Don Lino as the support, with KTL as a sub. Wait, how's KTL a sub?
Huh?
He's not.
Oh,
He's not a
Wait
sub.
a
That's
second.
incorrect. KTL told me he's a player on like 10 different teams, so I'm gonna remove him as a sub from here because he's starting on the other team.
Told me he was
I-
sub on my team.
I
Why?
literally
Backstabbing.
have him listed as 3 times.
KTL subbing for the entire Tilt org.
Yes, so he's gonna get it removed. And yeah, thoughts on Tilt Esports Noxus roster?
Their mid and bot are pretty good. Top side's a bit of an unknown and might still be a bit of unknown. We'll find out after some scrims that are happening tonight. That's all I can say about that. But let's just say the roster might not remain the same once Monday comes.
Yeah, I mean, I think this team has a very low floor. I think they again
Low ceiling.
like, yeah, I think yeah. But I still think they can get out of a group and get into playoffs, which I mean, again, that's your main goal. But yeah, I think this team has a particularly low floor compared to the other teams that we've drawn so far.
They're better than Monkeys Cancun, I can say that.
Wow.
Okay. Yeah, well, this is definitely a newer roster with some players that Tilt is bringing in that haven't really played here. So glad to see that. I'm glad to see them diversifying some of their talent across various teams, you know. So we'll see how they are able to do. And I believe everything so far is correct. I don't want to scuff up and rig the eternal draw like I did for Divinity. So I'm going to check it on the standings from time to time. And next team up we're going to draw is Dorado Gaming Omega. This is a newer Dorado roster that let's see, hasn't played in Titan for a while, I don't think. Let me see where the roster is. Eternal Group A, Dorado Gaming Omega. Alright, Dorado Gaming, as you guys know, have been around for a while, have been participating in all of our leagues, various championships, final appearances, etc. I believe they're the org that has the most teams across our leagues this time around. So a little bit of a spoiler, you'll see more of them throughout the rest of the draw show. But with this roster, Omega, they have Oru in the top lane, Kihal in the jungle role, Gabe Leo in the mid lane, 2-5 ADC, and Griffin as support. Thoughts on the Omega roster?
2-5 is good. The rest are pretty meh. Gabriel Leo should probably go back to Divinity, but that's just me.
He's not allowed
Yeah,
in Divinity anymore, so we gotta keep him here. Gotta
And man,
lift,
Apex Divinity is the thing, I think.
admin discretion is also a thing, so
You're right. My bad.
I think Gabe's won the same amount of D4 chips as you, though.
ooh.
Ooh.
Ooh. True. Good point.
Same for me as well. So maybe we should all go back to Divinity.
Yeah.
You and Tim as well.
Yeah.
What do you think?
You're right. My bad.
I do have a
Smiley,
lot
team
of,
next
to be
season.
honest, I do have a lot of guests on here that literally have nothing in their trophy case. But that
Ooh.
aside,
Hey, whoa.
Ooh.
that aside, keep going.
Wait, you're talking to the Philly B Grand Prix winner right here.
I won the most
From the
prestigious
split.
chip in Emerald. What you mean?
All right, let's keep it moving. So, Omega roster, they look pretty strong on paper. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know who this top jungle is, but I've been hearing some things. So,
I don't know who the top is, but I've played against the jungle in several scrims / tryouts. He's pretty good.
He'll meant to boom
Okay.
your team.
Well,
Okay.
he was very
Interesting.
he knew what he wanted in game and he asked for it. So, and you know, if it works out for them, it works out for them. We'll have to see. If you get the right players around him, could be a really good team.
cool. Yeah, we'll see how they do. I don't know. It wasn't Omega, but I think they missed out on playoffs in the Eternal last split. Might have been 2 splits in a row.
Sigma.
So,
Probably Sigma.
Yeah, Dorado did not do so well in Eternal last season. They did better in Conk, but
Yeah, for
they
sure.
struggled a bit. Yeah.
Next team up is Omega Gaming Fever. This is our defending Conqueror champions, who did not do as well in Eternal, but they're also returning in Eternal. So let's check out who Omega Gaming Fever has this time around on their roster. It is Stubby in the top lane, Sailor as the jungle, Sayuki mid lane, Maddie as ADC, and Levantine as support, with Evil Zara as a sub. So returning returning their top and jungle from their championship roster, and then mixing in with a couple of players that they previously played together in Eternal, I believe, last year at some point. Thoughts on the Fever roster?
They stole your mid bot from
Yeah,
that
pretty
Clown
much.
Gamer roster.
They didn't steal. They originally played together prior to that.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I think any team with Sailor is probably going to be a pretty good team. That guy is
Yep.
kind of
Yeah.
cracked.
Isn't Sayuki the Vel'Koz OTP?
Yes.
I think it's a downgrade though to who's the previous one? Kiba Boy, I think.
They had various mid laners play, but Kiba Boy was in the finals. They did
Yeah.
win with Kiba Boy.
I mean, still looks pretty good. A roster, just not as strong as the last split one.
Yeah, I
Okay.
mean, I think it's gonna be interesting to see how mid-bot performs. I mean, we know Sailor's gonna play well. We know Stubby's gonna do relatively well. The question's gonna be about the mid-bot and how they perform, and I think we'll get an early look at that on Monday.
For sure. All right, let's spin for the next team, which will be the Firing Squad. This is a newer org who some of you are familiar with, and just participated in a tournament that they hosted. But they just started hosting some teams as well. And let me double check who their roster is. So the Firing Squad TFS has Did You Know I Dash in the top lane? I didn't know that. Strega in the jungle, Fangling Hu Shu in the mid lane, Egg Whites in the bot lane, Kingmaker in the support, and then Poodle and Glizzler as subs. Thoughts on this roster?
I think this is a really bad roster, but I love their vibes.
I respect Philly B. That's the most I can say. We played these guys and beat them like 3 times in that tournament. These guys are pretty bad. I think Strig is like the only human on that roster, but it is what it is.
And Strega is an Apex player, so.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely a team in the Titan Eternal League.
That's definitely the worst team we've seen.
I
so
mean,
far.
I still come back to the saving grace of like all you have to do is make top 4. I'm pretty sure in the format, right? So like all you have to do is make top 4, and then you have a chance in playoffs, right? So
yeah,
that's the saving grace for a lot of these teams is that all you have to do is make top 4, and if you're not in a top heavy group, that should be pretty easy depending on which teams you draw.
anything can happen in playoffs.
Anything can happen.
Anything can happen.
Anything
a lot
can
of choking
happen.
could happen.
Anything is possible.
Espada would know about choking.
And just because
You
some
were
of these
there with me, bro.
some of these teams might not look as strong on paper, but they can definitely, on the right night, they can win. So, welcome to the Firing Squad of Philippi's little org that he's cooking up some teams with and his little tournament. So, we'll see how they perform in our Eternal League. And we'll spin for the next team up. Which is Spire Cats. I believe this is, and I might be mistaken, the championship team from BOL.
No, that's the other
No.
Spire team.
Okay, so the Spire Cats, this might be the not as good team, maybe. So this is their sister team from the reigning champions. But the Spire has participated in our leagues, a couple of splits now. They have teams in Vancouver in here as well. They've done pretty solid. Actually, I'm pretty sure they went undefeated in Internal a couple of splits ago, maybe our first split. But they did lose in like the first round. So they have been putting together some solid rosters. in the Emerald scene. So for this specific team, let's see what they cooked up. Probably some familiar faces, I believe. They have Strawberry Frog in the top lane, Sodium Hydroxide jungle, Storm in the mid lane, Poopsock Bossman in the bot lane, Ibiketti as support, and then 3 subs, which the Black Mass, Boostus, and Ao Penguini. Thoughts on the Spirecats roster?
Okay.
I think their bot lane is gonna have a fun time this split.
Yeah.
If this roster does anything, it's gonna come out of bot lane.
Yeah, Poopsock, Bossman is definitely their best player. I think Storm used to be their top laner. Now he role swapped mid. He didn't look that good top. He'll probably look worse mid. And then Sodium Hydroxide's whatever. Just a body in the jungle. But their best player is definitely Poopsock Bossman, so they can play through him. They might actually make it. But pretty mid team right there.
Yeah, and something that just jumps out to me just from looking at the roster is that they're all Emerald. This is the first all Emerald team we've seen drawn, so they don't have an Apex player. They don't even have a Diamond player for that matter. We'll see if that hurts them, but yeah, I mean, first all Emerald team that we have drawn so far in Eternal.
That is some great analysis from our Silver Jungle Mist.
Yes.
True. Alright, Spirecats goes into Group B. So we'll draw the next team up. Which is Elysium Lopunny. This is a team from the Elysium esports organization. Dilly, why don't you tell us a little bit about Elysium?
About Elysium or about this team?
Either or.
Tell me about Low Pony.
Wait, just about the team, yeah. So you've got the trio of Duddy, Naysayer, who not gonna say his name, Freya Peach, and Chaser coming back with another team for Eternal this time. They've picked up Arbush, the EU sleeper region in the top lane. He's kind of a Giga Chad, and they got Supporta coming in at support. I think he's played in Titan before. Can't remember with who, but I was listening in on their scrims before jumping on here, and they're having a great time. They're gonna be competitive for sure. I don't know how high their ceiling is, but they won't be like a team that you can just walk over.
Yeah, for sure. Any other thoughts on the Elysium team?
Yeah, they look pretty decent. I don't know if they're like the better teams, but they look like they're competitive at least. I remember some of these players from last Asia split. They look pretty good there. So I expect pretty good things.
Yeah, and I think especially with the way that the groups are starting to pan out now, obviously we still have 2 more teams to draw, or 3 more teams to draw in Group A. But the Group A is starting to look pretty wide open at the 2 through 4 spots. So we will see how that continues to play out here. But this Group A looks to be the group you'd want to be in for now. We'll see how the rest of the draw plays out.
Why would you want to be in a weaker group? You don't have to answer that.
Right. Scared.
You don't have to answer that. But next team up is Summit Esports Nebula Destroyers.
Okay.
So this is another team from the Summit Esports org. So they'll be going 3-5 into Group B.
That's a nice ChatGPT name right there. Nebula Destroyers.
That's a pretty solid name. Summit Esports, let's see where they are. They have Gar Goomba in the top lane, Blob Blob Fish, and Jungle Roll Side Hotline in the mid lane, Comet Cruiser bot lane, Seeker support, and then 3 subs, which are Frost, Sifra, and Proton Plat player.
PPP, my god!
Thoughts on this roster?
They're gonna win it all. They got PPP. That's the
with
craziest
PPP?
aura you got on the bench right there. They're winning Eternal.
That guy was the
upset.
#1 player in AEL last split. Did you know that?
I think I saw
That guy's
that.
So crazy.
I almost had to put him on the Apex list, not gonna lie.
For real, dude. If I have to load in against PPP, I might just all
I'm
F4.
shaking, bro. I'm shaking.
All right, so
The rest of these names are kind of diet.
No.
You got-
This Summit is winning it all. I'm calling it now.
Are they?
Yeah.
hey,
yeah,
watch out for their top laner. I'm telling you,
You got personal experience?
no comment.
Oh, okay.
Any other thoughts on Summit Esports Nebula Destroyers?
I do think it's a pretty good roster.
On paper, yeah. If you guys don't know them,
Yeah.
you're gonna find out. You know, so we'll see how it goes. Send will be going into Group B. Next team up is damn, that one was right on the line. But it's gonna be Tilt the Baby going into Group A.
Oh, these are the boys. This is
This is
this is the upgraded XG Ratatosker roster coming in.
Upgraded.
What
nah,
you
it's
saying? What you
downgraded.
saying about their
It's
ADC?
Whoa! I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying anything. I just know hashtag evil has a lot of aura. That's it. That tag alone will make you win.
This is another Tilt Esports roster. Oh wait, let me see. Their sister teams here. Shit. Tilt the Baby goes into Group A, so that's not problematic. Noxus is in Group B, so we're chilling. And Tilt the Baby has Boober in the top lane, Kaz jungle, OTF mid lane, Evil Butters in the bot lane, McFeeds as support, with Albino Sunbear and Slayer as subs. Any additional thoughts on Tilt the Baby?
Solid roster. This org won Eternal last split, so you should
They
expect
did.
them to come up swinging with another
Well-
good roster.
This org won last split by beating this team.
Yeah,
True.
you kind of left that part
That
out.
is
I'm
true.
not gonna lie.
Wait a minute. Is there only one difference with this and the
Yes.
runners up?
Yes, there is.
They replaced their best player with Butters, the evil version of Butters.
Yeah.
Man, what is that?
Butters is good. I
Best
don't know what
player.
you're saying. That's crazy.
I mean, yeah, I think this team should be good. I say should. Yeah.
I mean, all these players are really good. McFeast,
Yeah.
they're one of the better sports.
Man,
Kaz is a
we'll
psycho
see.
in the jungle. He plays a lot of different things.
Uh-huh.
Spoobert, always a menace at top lane. Definitely one of the better top players I played against. And OTF is, always probably one of the better mids. So they have good talent all around. I don't expect them to be a bottom team. They should do fairly well here.
They should be top 4. I think we can all. They should be at least top 4.
The baby.
No, this is
Syndicate
a
goes
strong
up
roster.
27.
You can argue whether the ADC role is an upgrade or a downgrade, but this is like a returning finals roster, so they should be pretty strong. But
Definitely.
we'll see how Butters evil fits in. And if
If he played in BOL, he did pretty well there.
yeah, but I mean, with the 4 players that are pretty much returning back, so
I mean, it's a
We'll
right
see.
it's a right clicker role. Just insert any right clicker, you're fine.
That's true. We'll see how they do. Tilda Baby goes into Group A, and the next team up is Dorado Gaming Iota. And oh wow, this is funny enough. We're not gonna land on any sister teams in any group. So Dorado Gaming Iota,
Rigged.
this is their second roster in Eternal. They're also the semifinalists in our Conqueror split, last split. So let me put them into Group B, and then we can check out this version of their Iota roster.
Mm.
They have Seth New in the top lane, Poom in the jungle role, Nezumi in the mid lane, Corey JJ bot lane, and X17 as support with Arcs Knight as a sub. Pretty strong roster on paper, not gonna lie. They have a lot of returning superstars. Thoughts on the Iota roster or this version of the Iota roster?
Why is there two of them?
Yeah, that's true.
Ignore that. Just focus on the roster, guys. Ignore that.
I think
Yeah,
it's a
I
really good
mean,
roster. I mean, they're
Yeah.
stacked in most positions. I think this team could win off of Poom Aura alone.
He will get you
fair.
solo kills based on on his proximity to your lane. He's pretty good actually. I tried out with him. I thought Poom was very good. And I know Nezumi is solid. I played against 40s players, so they should be like penning the group like top two. I would say.
Yeah, I mean, this team has a really high ceiling, and honestly, I think they are a top four team. Or no, I actually not a top. I'm gonna say they're not a top four team yet. I'm gonna have to see how like the first 2 weeks play out, but I feel like this is definitely a strong contender to make it to finals. We'll see how the first few weeks pan out, but I do think this is a team to watch.
Okay. Well, the Iota roster is going into Group B. We're gonna spin to see what the final team in Group A is, and that team will be Monkey's Boom, but it will not be Monkey's Boom because Monkey's Cancun is in Group A. So Monkey's Boom will be going into Group B. I love rigging draw shows.
Oh my god.
He's done it again.
Oh my
My
god,
boy Spuds.
my sheet is broken. So just to show you the roster, I'm gonna place them into a group. Alright, here's the roster. Monkey's Boom has Instrument in the top lane, Pack of Paul in the jungle, Jacob in the mid lane. That's last split MVP, Jacob. All Fire in the ADC role, and Fairmancy as the supports. Thoughts
Hot
on
garbage.
the Boom roster? Oh, not
It's a mess.
good. Not good.
Oh. No, I think that this team is also one of those teams that are kind of middle of the pack right now. Obviously, they could rise above to be a contender, or they could end up being not so good. You have to see how these kinds of teams fare in the first couple of weeks, and how they play. And this is another team that, if they make it to playoffs, can make a run, but they have to make it there first.
I mean, topside needs to carry, and I think this team's gonna struggle in a fearless format. I don't think they have the shampoos for it. Their bot lane's kind of invisible. I would know. Like Jacob's probably their most stable player. Paka's good carry, but once he's off Lily, it's kind of rough. And Instrument's pretty solid on ranged top laners, but I don't know. This team looks like they play different styles and look like they just got thrown together last minute.
The
From
team
what-
name kind of confuses me because I think this is actually Monkey's Doom. I see 5 big dooms for your brother.
I think this is a pretty solid roster. They're gonna be fine, but it's mostly Poacher Paul playing with his poacher friends, and then some superstar talent put in between that.
Who's
But
the
there should
superstar's
be.
talent?
I mean, you have the regular season MVP from last split right there in the mid lane.
Sorry,
bro.
my bad. He's my goat. I'm teaming with him. Come on. Outside
That's
of
what I'm
that,
saying.
outside of Jacob.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, Monkey's Boom. They are in Group B as the last team.
Yeah.
And then we're gonna draw the last team, which will be going to Group A, and that team is Syndicate Catgirls. So Syndicate Catgirls, let's see who they got on the roster. It is Espada himself in the top lane, Thrasher in the jungle role, Aquaphilus, aka Watercat in the mid lane, All Gucci bot lane, and then Ahop in the support role with, oh, look at this, KTL as a sub. That's crazy, bro. The
We've
third
got
team
spies
is on.
everywhere.
No, this is wild. This dude's poaching left and right, subbing left and right. Come on, guys.
He
gotta,
joined the
gotta-
roster and got kicked off the roster the same day. That's all.
you gotta keep a better eye on your internal management of your teams. You know, you have all these org owners swapping everywhere and making your players crash out, etc., etc. Spada, why don't you tell us a little bit about your roster?
Floating week 2. No, it's pretty good. I played with Watercat before on Horizon, and I played with All Gucci in the prestigious Philly B tournament. Um, solid players all around. I'm probably the weakest one on the team. Like, I gotta step up to match everyone's aggression, but I think we're pretty good. We have solid pools for this fearless format, and we got some spicy drafts and uh, plans ready for Eternal. I think
Awesome.
we are easily top two in our group, right next to Crash Outs.
Ooh.
Hopefully, we see them in finals, and that'll determine who wins it all. I want to get my get back from Spuds for inting last conch split anyway.
I don't need to get a lick back because I've beaten you in what is it? 2 different playoff series last split.
All right, bro. All right. You got me. You got me there.
Yeah, I mean, Cowgirls should be a top 3 team. If they aren't, it's just gonna be a disappointment. So, should be top 3, but we will see. That team could easily crash out with your man in the top lane, Spada. So we will see.
Okay. So with our standings, I'm gonna remove this since we saw the roster. We have Main Gaming Crash Outs, Monkeys Cancun, Omega, Dorado Gaming Omega, TF the Firing Squad, Elysium Low Punny, Tilda Baby, and Syndicate Catgirls in Group A. And then Group B, we have Syndicate Cool Ranch Doritos, Tilt Esports Noxus, Omega Fever, Spire Cats, Summit Esports, Nebula Destroyers, Dorado Gaming Iota, and Monkeys Boom. So similar to what we did earlier, I'm going to ask you guys who you think. Let's skip playoffs and let's just say who you guys think are going to be champions, and then one team that's going to miss out on playoffs. We can do an opinion from everybody for this one.
Group A, you want first?
Yep.
I think it's in no particular order. Just Crash Outs, Cancun, the Baby, and Catgirls are probably gonna be the 4 teams moving on from Group A. Between Cancun and the other 3 teams, it might be a toss up, but I think they can skate by. If it's not Cancun, it's probably gonna be Omega. But I think Cancun, those 4 that I mentioned should easily be top 4 in Group A.
Next up.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. I think Crash Outs Crash Outs, the Baby and Catgirls are the 3 best teams in the group. And I think the other 4 will be vying for the last seed.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's gonna be Mint, Tilt. Syndicate kind of on the edge there, but I think Tilt and Mint are just a little bit above Syndicate. Again, we'll see how that plays out, but I think for right now, it's gonna be that order. And then 4th seed's really a toss-up. I'd give it slightly to Dorado right now, maybe, but it's close in the bottom, so we'll see.
I'd go Mint, Catgirls, the Baby, and Elysium.
Okay. And then let's do the same thing for Group B.
I'll just go again, I guess.
Yeah, go for it.
I think Cool Ranch Doritos. I think Iota, Fever, and Summit. I don't know. Last one's a toss-up. I think the other 3 are probably pretty heavy favorites to make it out, and then the others I'm just not that familiar.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I think that for Group B, it's pretty simple. It's gonna be Syndicate going 2 for 2 here. Omega Fever probably gets out. I mean, you remember last season they had struggles in both regular seasons, but I think they're still gonna get out. I'll go Tilt as well, and then I'll go Dorado for the final spot. This was in like no particular order, but you can get the idea.
Yeah, in Group B, I really like I like Iota. I like Summit. I like Omega Gaming Sailor and Cool Ranch.
It's interesting. I think it's Doritos is probably the one we all agree on across the board. I believe in Tilt Esports Noxus, especially with some new upcoming roster changes. Summit and Iota are the other two. I think the Fever team looks fine, but compared to the other teams in this group, they're probably going to struggle compared to them. I think there's still a chance they can make it, but I still put them below Summit and Iota at the moment. And I mean, Catgirl's probably the worst team in the entire league here. Or sorry, Spire Cats.
Okay, was that was that everybody?
Yep.
Maybe.
Yep.
Okay, cool. And then one final question: who is your MVP prediction? Individual player, best player, not MVP necessarily. Who do you think is going to run away with it this split?
Ooh. Well, last split there were two mid laners, so we followed that trend. It's probably gonna be mid laner again. I'll give it to you like
It's
maybe. I'll give it to Chef in Canela in Doritos. He'll probably get it. He looks pretty good. He looks really good, really consistent. Probably the best player on that roster.
I mean, I think that last season we had the two mid laners, right, as you said, but I'm leaning Sailor. I think that guy played so well in playoffs, in Conk, and I feel like if he plays like he did, he'll be MVP.
I've got a dark horse. I think it's going to be Evil Butters. I think he's going to surprise everybody. He's finally got a solid team around him. So I think Butters is going to come out of left field, and he's going to drop nukes left and right, and we're going to get this guy yeeted once and for all.
No bias.
I would say all Gucci, Jerry.
Okay.
That kind of been dropping nukes with or without good teams around him.
Man, we chose the easy Apex player answer. Come on, Dylan.
Listen, I've blamed against him several times. Dude's a beast.
He's a beast. He whips me every time we scrum.
How is Sailor not an Apex player?
He is.
He is.
Okay, it wasn't marked on the roster.
No, the
I was like,
roster
that's
right
crazy.
now, because I didn't know who was going to be what group, and if I highlighted each
Oh wait,
player,
actually,
it was
Spuds,
gonna-
you know,
Okay, that makes sense.
it was
you
going
know
to
who
be
the actual
incorrect,
MVP is? It has to be Chris. You know? His off season been crazy. He's already kicked off a team. It should be Chris.
True.
If only,
That's
if
a
only,
that's a record.
if only Chris was here to give his opinion on Crash Out, but unfortunately, he's MIA.
Tryout buff has faded.
So yeah,
3 weeks of solid smurfing on a solid team, and then 1 week before the season starts, eat it.
Can I change my MVP answer to Pack a Paul? Is that a thing?
yeah, that
That
works.
Warwick was MVP performance. I agree.
No, I do think that that Sailor for sure will be best jungler in the
Okay,
league. If
okay.
he isn't, yeah.
Sounds good. Well, just one more thing to point out. So for the roster sheet, this is obviously incorrect, but Monkey's Boom is missing, and you're gonna see their roster here later. So I'll get that fixed after the draw show. But
That's
the standings are correct. Your schedules are pretty much predetermined based on when you were drawn, similar to previous splits and everything. For those of you that are unfamiliar with it, for example, here in Group A, if you were the fourth team drawn, so TFS, you'd be playing the sixth team that was drawn in your same group, so Tilda Baby. That's a week 1 matchup, and it's the same thing throughout the rest of the weeks.
Holy.
And then you're specifically here for A7, B7, for example, that's a cross group match, which there's one per week for different teams, right? So the 7th team that was drawn in Group A will play the 7th team that was drawn in Group B in week 1.
Yes.
So that will
I get
be
Monkey's
Syndicate Catgirls versus Monkey's Boom.
Let's go.
And that's the same thing throughout the rest of the schedule. This will be obviously updated, but just for predetermined purposes for scheduling, that's how it is right now. Will be updated later tonight or tomorrow. So that's pretty much it. Playoffs, pretty standard, but that's not important right now. So that's all of our Eternal teams. And since some of these teams are shared, and I'm going to keep the same guess for Conqueror, we're gonna take a quick break, just so you can stretch, get some water. People can refill their popcorn, whatever, and then we're gonna jump into Conqueror, which is 20 teams, and our D4 Cap League on Wednesdays. So give us a few minutes, and we'll be right back.
I like the new sheet you have going, by the way, Sam. That's pretty nice.
Thanks. That was a lot of work from Chris. Welcome back, everybody. We're now on to the Conqueror League, which is our D4 Cap League on Wednesdays. Standard draft format. 20 teams this time around with a 7-week group stage and 12 teams in playoffs. And prize pool information is as listed. So for this league, I have the same guests that I had previously for Eternal. A lot of them share teams, players, leagues, etc. So they're pretty familiar with the majority of people participating. But for Conqueror, it's a little bit different format-wise. So with the weird number of teams, and I'm just going to explain this before we start drawing. We're doing 3 groups of 8, 6, and 6. So there's going to be 2 cross-group weeks for Group B and C, whereas Group A will just have a standard 7-week format with single round robin. This was mostly done to not run a very long split in 13 weeks for 2 groups of 10, and to avoid having 4 out of 10 teams making it in each group into playoffs, which is like 40%, and that's less than the standard 50% that I want to stick to ever since we ran like the same format, 2 groups of 10 in Vanquisher, and it was not really, it was very competitive and every week mattered, but there were a lot of teams that just like not crashed out but didn't really want to participate towards the latter weeks because they were out of playoffs after like 5 or 6 weeks or whatever out of 9. So, and also 13 weeks would run into, I know Riot is only doing one ranked season essentially, but they're doing multiple like thematic splits, and 13 weeks would run into the next one. And I want to ideally start our next split around that time. So this would just be problematic, and apologies for the little bit of cross group problems that you guys might run into, but it should still be fun and competitive overall, and you guys should still enjoy it similar ways. So yeah, it's going to be 1-8 and then two groups of 6. Same thing, both 4 teams make playoffs from each group, and cross group matches do count for standings as well, which is what we implemented a couple of splits ago. Same through the rest of our leagues as well, which I didn't mention for Eternal, but Eternal, the cross group matches do count for standings. And same thing for our other leagues that you'll see. So with that being said, we're going to draw the first team for Conquer. And that first team going to Group A is going to be Faceless. I believe they participated in a couple of our previous splits, maybe once or twice. But they have regular guy in the top lane, Nat is not a bug, jungle, Korra, XTC in the mid lane, Dude in the bot lane, and Arsene as support. My special lovely guest, any thoughts on the Faceless team?
It's this is a first round exit. We're not even gonna make playoffs. This team kind of stinks. I'm not gonna lie. Their top side is pretty weak. You got an Aatrox OTP. You have Nat as a bug, who's Codus is like GOAT right there, which says a lot, and you have Korra XDC. I don't think they even play mid lane, so I don't know. This looks really rough.
Yeah, I mean, again, this team probably has a very low ceiling, but we'll see what we'll see what they can do. You never know.
I think they had a pretty solid roster last time they participated, surprised some people, so we'll see how they do this time around. Let's spin for the next team, which will be going to Group B, and that team is Dorado Gaming Sigma.
Oh no, Sigma.
So this team has participated, I believe, in our Eternal League previously. And sorry if I forget, some of these teams are doubling up across these leagues, and Sigma is one of that is not doing that, whereas the other ones are. So Dorado Gaming Sigma will be Viva in the top lane, Misery Panda in the jungle role, Kiba Boy mid lane, Prey X bot lane, and Sunrai as support. So a lot of mixed talent here. Thoughts on the Sigma roster, guys?
outside of the name, the roster actually looks pretty solid. I think Sunrise probably the
Weak.
the weak link, yeah, on that roster. I'm not gonna lie. I think Panda's okay. Kivoy is solid. He beat us in finals, so he's good.
Mhm.
I think Prex is also pretty solid as well. I don't know who the top laner is, but they're D4, so should be good. And it's Dorado, so
Yeah, I don't know the top laner either, but the rest of them should all be solid. Should be a solid playoff team.
I'd say quarters, maybe semis, maybe.
Okay.
No,
Semis
I
would
think
be very like overachieving for them. I think.
yeah, I think they're around a 12 team. I don't know if they make it to quarters, but I think they're definitely around a 12 team. Obviously, we'll see how it plays out, but I think around a 12 is good for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, they look okay.
For sure, we'll see how they do. Next team up, going to Group C, is Elysium Ghost. And this is our Dilly's very own roster, so Dilly, why don't you take it away?
Sure. So this is our Elysium team in Conqueror. It's got 3 old men and K-Peps, myself, and Zen playing. And then we've got 2 younger guys in our solo lanes, Ajuka and Sinja. Sinja. How do I hype Sinja up properly? I don't know.
Crazy aggressive assassin player.
Yeah,
he's very fun to watch.
Yeah.
Very flashy. People will probably enjoy watching him play. And Ajuka is more of like a solid rock in the top lane. So those 2 have the hands on the team, and then me, K-Peps, and Zend are the old guys with no hands, just brains.
Okay.
We've got defending champion Naysayer on the bench,
Huh.
ready to sub in any role. Multi-role talent Naysayer.
Or does this go hard?
Yeah, I mean, I look at this team like from first glance, and I like this is a very solid team, for sure a very solid team. I think this team could really surprise a lot of people.
You're right. This team could surprise a lot of people. I will be surprised if this team goes far.
That's fair.
We'll see how they do. Welcome back to Elysium Ghost, I guess.
Damn.
Dilly,
I'm excited to see Zen play though.
You're gonna make playoffs, Dilly. Don't worry.
Oh no, I was
Don't
just
sweat it.
thinking of Spuds, man. I gave his mint team the playoff berth and Eternal, but I honestly think they're kind of bad after they scrimmed Elysium a couple weeks back.
Oh,
We'll have to see.
The scrim bucks are going hard. I
Yeah,
don't
keep
know.
snorting your scrim bucks, buddy.
I'll be snorting something.
I wasn't even playing, bro. I just watched the train wreck.
Scrimbucks are crazy, bro. Alright, next team drawn is Mint Gaming Crashouts. So same team as Eternal. I think they have Spuds, is it the same team?
No.
Okay, go ahead. Give us your roster.
Different jungle and mid. So we've got Kaz in jungle, and we've got Albino Sun Bear in mid. And Spoobert on the bench.
Okay. Upgrade or downgrade from Eternal?
I think both rosters are very good.
I will be surprised if they do well.
Okay. Well, Mint Gaming Crashouts, we saw most of their team in Internal, so we're gonna kind of skip them and go on to the next team, which will be Iceborne White. So Iceborne is making a return after taking a split off, and this roster has Stuck
Like
Daro in the top lane, Haman Karn in the jungle, OTF mid lane, Koopa ADC, and Quantum Force as support. Thoughts on the Iceborne roster, guys?
Really solid roster here. I actually just played against them recently. I think they're at least a quarters, if not semi. They're really good. I I think they have solid talent all around. I know we all meme Haman, but I thought he played pretty well from what I've seen. And once again, you have OPF, solid rock in the mid lane. I think the only issue is question mark is like who's going to be the main carry on this team. But I think they have solid enough players that they can probably beat most teams surprisingly well. I would probably dark horse and whichever group they're in. Wouldn't surprise if they even make semi/finals.
I think their mid jungle is pretty good. Obviously you're gonna have some pretty good mid jungles coming up, but I think they can be like a top 5 mid jungle, and I agree with you. They are a dark horse to win. But this team. This team could also easily collapse, so we'll just have to see how it plays out. Obviously, there are other teams that could easily collapse, but this is one of them that are pretty high up on my list of crash out teams.
Okay. After Iceborne White, next team up will be Dorado Gaming Iota. So Iota will be going into the same group as Elysium Ghost. This is our, as I mentioned earlier, I think we drew them in Eternal, right? So yeah, returning semi-finalists. And this is the exact same roster. So we're gonna skip them. Same roster we talked about earlier in Eternal. Going to Group C, as you can see over here. And next roster up. Must be a bug.
He's rigging the draw.
No, I had Faceless in there twice. I'm just gonna remove them.
Ooh.
Yeah, that works. Another rig, classic.
Classic Sims.
Next up is
Moving too
Tilt Reboot card. I spotted this is your roster, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tell us about your roster.
It's a hot mess.
So you have
we
yourself in the top lane, Trad and
Yeah.
oh, Trad's here too. Trad in the jungle, Jacob mid lane, KTL bot lane, and Codus as support. Oh wow. And it looks like you have Weatherneck and Watercat as subs as well.
Yep. This is the Syndicate Coke run back, I suppose, with three of the players, with Codus going role swapping to support because he hated mid, and we picked up the Eternal MVP Jacob, and of course KTL. I think we have a solid roster here. I think a lot of strong personalities that need to learn how to work together, but I think we can make it pretty far.
Yeah, look out for Zonia's Viego. No, I think this team has a really high ceiling, but we have a very low floor, and it's going to be about how the personalities can balance at the end of the day. So we'll see how that goes, but I think if we can get it clicking, it's going to be hard to beat us.
Okay.
This looks like easy pickings in Group A,
Okay.
especially with KTL still playing ADC on this roster. That guy is super washed at ADC, so nothing to worry about there.
So potential finalists, potential crash outs is what I'm getting.
Yep,
for
one or the other. Yep, we'll either win
Tilt
it all
Reboot
or
card.
we'll just burn it all. Someone's getting replaced by week 2. I guarantee it.
Oh, okay, that's me.
Next up is Conduit Esports Duranzos. They're going into Group B. Let's check out the Duranzos roster. They have Captfil in the top lane, Nation in the jungle role, Gabe Leo mid lane, Domination 2340 in the bot lane, and Yipsy in the support role with GVG and Pine Nessa Poha as a support. Sorry, sub. Thoughts on this? Yeah.
This looks like a really good roster if it were Divinity.
Stole the words right out of my mouth. It looks like I think this looks like one of those developmental rosters.
Bro, I mean, I finally found someone at my rank. Dang. Finally.
Bro, you're silver. Don't talk. Oh man. It looks like Genetics wanted to pay some extra money this split. I mean, they'll get some experience, I guess, but I don't think they're making the playoffs at all.
I mean, it will be interesting to see this roster because I think this is Nation's first time playing up, if I'm not mistaken. And I also see some mid-tier talent in some of the other roles. So who knows? Maybe they could surprise us and knock a few more wins than we're thinking. So I'm excited to see them play.
I will say they had a similar roster to this last split in Conquer and Group A, and they finished third with a 5-2 record in the same group as Coke and Tilt. So I think they did just fine. And that roster was very similar. Some different players, but rank-wise and stuff. So I say don't sleep on them. And we'll see how they do.
They made it past the first round of playoffs, right?
No, I don't think so. I think they lost first round.
They lost Iota.
Yeah. They took the game off, I think.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, I'll probably eat my words again. Because I think I said this the same thing about the Genetics roster last split, but
yeah,
I don't
pretty
know.
much. That's kind of what happens. So, Conduit will be going in Group B as mentioned. So, next team up is Monkeys Cancun. Is this another team?
Same. I think it's the same roster.
Same as
Exact same roster with Terps, Discrepancy, Sean, Maze, and Metal. Sean's on there as a starter and a sub. That's funny.
I think in a group of 6 though, they should make it out.
Probably.
Yeah.
You'd be surprised actually. It's gonna be interesting. I want to see how this group format actually works out and some of the drawbacks and some of the positives of it after the
Isn't
split
it top
ends.
4?
So.
Isn't it top 4? Make it
Yeah,
out.
it is. But you have cross groups and you don't know who you play in the cross group necessarily.
Okay.
So it could be a coin flip for your cross group match. But I mean, all the groups could technically be a coin flip since it's all random. But we'll see how they.
I think as long as you win the smaller group, like beat everyone within your group, you should be fine, and you should get the head-to-head no matter what.
Yeah. So.
Just can't be losing.
Same team as Eternal. We're gonna move on past them, and the next team up is Dorado Gaming Epsilon, and they are going into Group A.
This, my goat Spencer.
So Dorado Gaming, oops, one sec. Dorado Gaming Epsilon will go into Group A, and they have Agu in the top lane, Rehurt, Jungle, Gabe Leo in the mid lane. Pola is bot, and Aoyami as support.
But Gabe Leo is listed on Conduit
He's
Esports.
yeah, he's on two.
Hey!
Wait
You
a
can be in
second.
2 spots at once. We're gonna have to look into what's going on there. It might have been some poaching that happened. Might have to do an investigation.
Oh no! Actually, from my understanding, he got kicked from Epsilon. He rage quit a scrim.
We'll find out if that's true or not. But
It
thoughts
is
on
true.
the
I was
thoughts
in
on
that
the
scrim.
thoughts on the Epsilon roster outside of Gabe Leo's starting situation.
Well, if the allegations are true, the roster looks pretty good after getting rid of Gabe Leo.
Their top jungle were really solid. I think they played on that Bing Chiller's Project T team in Aegis. They're really good. I guess it's up to the bot side to carry their weight, but this team should at least make it to quarters. I don't think they're making the semis though.
Okay.
Yeah, this team is playing 3 games of rank flex a day, so that's very interesting. But yeah, I think this team is probably again top 3 team. Actually, you know what? They're a 4th place team. I don't have to see the rest of the draw. They're gonna be a 4th place team. They're good. I'm calling it right here.
Okay. Well, they're in the team of 8, so we'll see how they do.
In the team of 8. Oh,
Group of 8, my bad.
I thought they were in the group of 6.
Nah. That would be Summit Esports Blaze, who is going into Group B. And Group B, Summit Esports Blaze. Let's see their roster down here. We have Injustice in the top lane, Blah Blah Fish, Jungle, Frost mid lane, Affection bot lane, Cypher as support, and then subs are Proton Plat Player, Bouncy, and Uwaside Hotline.
Why are all the good players on the bench? this team isn't making playoffs.
Yeah, this looks like a downgrade of the roster that they put in Eternal.
They have a lot of rosters and they are swapping players in and out, so there's a lot of different things happening, as you guys are kind of used to that too. So
Yeah, true.
testing out
crashing
various
out.
things, various maybe tryouts, maybe not tryouts, just people that want to play, get better together, etc. And win along the way too. But we'll see. Definitely one of the lower ranked rosters, similar to Conduit Duranzo's right next to them, but they are in the same group, so there's
There's a chance.
potential there's for them to make some noise.
And with PPP on the bench, anything can happen.
I mean, yeah, if he subs in, number 1 AEL player, you never know what can happen. But yeah, welcome again to Summit. They're going to be in Group B. And then next team up is Conduit Esports Yeti, who will be going into Group C. And let's see where they are. Where'd they go? So this roster, this is some of the roster from their previous Conqueror team, which has Krama in the top lane, Black Eyed Peas in the jungle role, Cyclone mid lane, Godson as ADC, and Cheong as the support, with Glada as a sub. So yeah, some of their returning rosters from their Vanguard team that made playoffs last play in Conqueror. Any thoughts on the Yeti roster?
What group are they in?
C.
Group C. They look like the strongest, worst team I've seen so far, I guess.
They look like a solid first round exit kind of team.
Pretty much, yeah. Top 12.
I think Krama's really good, and he can put the team on his back some games, but outside of that, they might struggle if he doesn't get rolling.
Okay.
I have no faith in Chiang.
A lot
He's
of
still happy to carry.
a lot of underestimating for a lot of these teams. Wasn't Cheong in finals, NBL or something?
Hey, miracles happen. That's all I can say.
We got some grade 1 haters on this.
Hey, we got some D1 haters, me and Spuds.
You knew what you were getting into when you invited us on stream.
So next team drawn is Nefarious Gaming Abyssals. So let's check out their roster here. They have Cyrox in the top lane, Mercury in the jungle role, Reminisce in the mid lane, Fallen as bot lane, and Jae Young as support. So are you guys thinking this roster based on ranks is similar to
this is that shitty Agape team from last split. They're
No.
I swear they have they're the same players. Cyrax, Jae Young, and Mercury, I swear, were on that Agape team.
Actually, yeah, 2 of them, yeah. Actually, 3 of them, Reminisce too. It is the same core that actually... Same core, but a different ADC and jungle. So we'll see if that can change some of their results and gameplay. Didn't have the best performance last split, but they're coming back again. So glad to have
I'd s-
them under a different banner.
I'd say if they were in one of the group of sixes, sure, but they're in a group of 8, they're probably not getting out.
We'll see if that's true. They're in Group A, as you can see over here. And next team we're gonna draw is Omega 3. So this is.
So,
Did I miss something?
I know. Quick question. Chris wants to know if he can come in.
What team are we on? Omega 3? Is Chris in Concord too? Was he supposed to be in Concord?
Yeah.
Not anymore.
Not anymore, but yeah.
Not anymore.
I'll check in a second. Let me go through Omega 3 first. So, Omega 3 is going into Group B. And let's check out their roster. They have Xanthor in the top lane, Kaxi in the jungle, Sayuki in the mid lane, Maddie in bot lane, Levantine as support, and Concrete Ivar as a sub. This is a same mid bot side as the Fever roster with different top jungle. Thoughts on the Omega 3 roster?
It's okay.
The only name I'm familiar with is Kaxi, who was on the Dove Knights team last split that just fizzled out in semis, I think. They almost made finals.
Yeah.
The rest of them are unfamiliar, though.
Yeah, I think Kaxi is gonna have to lead that team. You know, obviously he's played for a while in a couple different leagues, but he's gonna have to help guide this team in a way. And they're in the 6-team group, so they again, I mean, you always have a chance in a 6-team group, but it's gonna be interesting to see how they play.
For sure, we'll see how they do. Some of them have put on very solid performances in Eternal Conqueror over the last year, so they can capitalize on that. Next team up is Agni Kai. They'll be going into Group C. And their roster is Flock in the top lane, D1 Busy in the jungle, Zuri in the mid lane, Measurable as bot lane, and Billy Badass as the support. So this is one of the last minute rosters that joined. They also have a team in Divinity. So I think this is their first roster in Emerald that I know of in Titan. So thoughts on this roster? Not much.
Yeah, I
familiar with
mean,
them?
this team is, I mean, hot and cold. I feel like the only name that I really recognize is Measurable. I don't know. Do you guys recognize any of these other names? I've seen them around. I just haven't watched them play, right? But I think this is gonna be a very hot and cold team. This team could could burn out, or they could really make a run. But I don't know.
I hate to reveal the script, but Measurable is on the team, so I can confidently say this team will lose in quarters.
The only other person I know on the team is Zuri, and they're like an E4 cap league player. I don't know if they've played up into D4 cap as of yet. So yeah, they're probably going to struggle. But might be a good learning experience for them.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. This is their first team here, so. And as mentioned, they'll be going into Group C as the pre-last team. We're gonna spin for the next team, which will be Syndicate Bunny Girls. We're going into Group A.
They have to go to B if we're not putting sister teams in the same group. Or no, sorry, never mind.
There's no Syndicate team in Group A.
You're right. Now I was confusing Espada's team with Syndicate.
Yeah,
He
it's-
played
I don't blame you.
one Syndicate on another team.
I don't blame you. I
Oh,
do
you
the same
guys do?
thing. Yeah. I don't blame you. People play on various orgs with very similar rosters. So Syndicate Bunny Girls, they have Malachor in the top lane, Yangu in the jungle, Cordelia mid, Repent bot lane, and Disha as support with Luxton and Silent Hearts as subs.
This is what we call a developmental roster.
I think this roster is actually pretty strong. Their top laner is really good in my experience. I've been playing against him for I think almost 3 years now, back in ZGG. And he was a monster then. Stash and Penelope, mid ADC, both solid players. D-Shot, also very solid, and a good voice on the team. The jungler's the only one I don't know. I haven't seen the name before.
Yeah, I think this team really has the potential to be very good. I played a couple scrims with this team actually, and they played very well. I think in particular, as you said, top laner is super good. So I think this team is definitely going to be top 2 in the group. It's going to be a very good matchup whenever we play them. I don't know when we play them, but it's going to be a very good matchup, and I'm going to be interested to see how they perform because this should be a very good team.
Awesome. So we have 4 more teams, and we're gonna spin to find out who the next one is. And it's gonna be Conspiracy Esports. And just to confirm a couple of things. So Conspiracy, Syndicate, Conduit, and Akuma. So we have Syndicate and Conduit. Syndicate cannot go into group. This should work. So Conspiracy should be the last team in Group B. Sorry, I'll let you guys read off there. I'll let you guys talk about their roster real quick. So Conspiracy Esports has Gunman in the top lane, Lucid jungle, Fields in the mid lane, a typical name, bot lane, and Hayasaka AI as support with Nugget Toasted as a sub. Any thoughts, opinions on this roster?
Yeah, this seems like a middle of the pack team. Just from my experience with some of these players, this just screams middle of the pack. Maybe they get the playoffs, maybe they get to the round of 12, but maybe they win a playoff series, maybe. But this isn't like they aren't like an overwhelming favorite in a group, right? They're a team that is very middle of the pack.
They're very their coach, the Ninja, has been very talkative about the development that he's providing. So we'll
This is
see.
his team.
Yeah, this is his
Huh?
team. So this is who he's coaching.
Wait,
and the
I got
roster that
lied
he's put
to.
together.
He said that he was gonna have a team of 5 gold players. What is this?
This is not a team of 5 gold players.
What do you mean?
He said he's gonna bring 5 gold players and make them win Conquer. Whatever. This is a team that won't be in the playoffs. Whatever.
So
Oh,
this is
really?
the team that's
Wow.
been yapping so much.
Yeah.
Just their coach. Just their coach.
I feel bad for these players for having an obnoxious coach.
Whatever.
More
They're not
yapping
even gonna
is
make it
better.
out of Group B.
It is what it is.
Okay, Group B is pretty weak. Let's lower our
And
expectations.
they're the weakest of the weak, so it is.
I
what it
mean,
is.
all they gotta do is win 2 games, though.
Winning 2 games is a lot.
All they gotta
And
win is
they-
2 games. So
They do have
Thanks.
the Ornn prodigy in the on the sub bench though. So
I'm
I'll
just
get
saying,
Yeah, true.
clip it if we're wrong. Send it in general when conspiracy makes playoffs, but I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. So there's 3 teams left, and because Group B is full, and there's a sister team in Group A for Syndicate, the next team has to be Syndicate. So it doesn't matter who gets drawn, they're gonna get moved because no sister teams in the same group. So this is actually going to go to Group A, and the last team will also go to Group A, and Syndicate will go to Group C. A little messy, but we'll talk about the teams in that order, kind of. So Fish and Akuma go to Group A, so I'll bring those up, and then we can talk about Syndicate first. So Group C, damn, whole lot of rigging tonight. This is crazy. So
That's getting
Syndicate,
paid left and right.
Syndicate like a dragon. They're not even elite, man. Why am I? Come on, bro. So Syndicate like a dragon, Group C. They have Obi top lane, Izzo jungle, Fireman a mid, Reds Noxus bot, and Mojo support, with Glore snacks and Necro subs. Thoughts on this on the like a dragon team?
This is a good team. You can expect them to get at least. I think they can actually make semis. This roster, they have a really strong roster all around. Not a lot of these guys are a bit quiet, so people don't recognize them. But I think they're all really good players. Another dark horse in Group C that could probably win it all, but I think they're very good, strong players all around. No one particularly weak, and I know CZ pretty well. He's the rock in the top lane, so I expect them to go pretty far.
Really?
Mm.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I would have to agree with this guy again somehow. Yeah, I think this team. I'm gonna go a step lower than what you went. You went semis. I'm gonna go quarters. I think this team could top Group C, but I think it's more likely that they get that second spot there and they win their round of 12 game. But I do think they're gonna make it to at least quarters.
Okay. So the next 2 teams up, one is Condo Esports Fish. They have Please Be Patient, Tilted Pizza. Sorry, Please Be Patient top lane, Tilted Pizza jungle, Canela mid lane, Aqua Bathwater bot lane, and Diet Dr. Kelp support, with Minecraft Zombie as a sub. So a third Conduit team. Shout out to them for bringing all their teams into Conquer to make it a 20-team league. Thoughts on the Conduit roster? Mostly new
Definitely,
faces.
definitely the strongest Conduit roster we've seen by far. I don't recognize many names outside of their jungle, their mid jungle, but they do have an exception player in the ADC, right? So they can't be that bad. I expect probably quarters here, but they look pretty good. They are in Group A though, so a lot of good teams in Group A that have to try to get out.
Yeah, I mean, I think the real question is, did Conduit's owner get the Titan Elite? This is the real
Yeah, he did.
the real stuff we need to know. He did? Okay.
Of course.
I mean,
He's
how
a real
many?
one. He's a
how
real
many
one,
teams did
Trad.
he-
Come on.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not an org owner. What do you want me to do?
You're just not elite, unlike some of these orgs, dude. You know.
What can I say?
But yeah, Conduit Fish in Group A, looking to make some noise. And then the final team, which is Akuma Shurikens with Seaboyer, Kihal, Tate, Warm Food, and Fujin. That's top 2 supports. They're making their return after playing once last year, I believe, as the Shurikens, but with a mostly completely new roster that I haven't really seen around specifically in our league. So, thoughts on the Akuma Shurikens roster?
Nothing fancy. They look fine. Like, it's
Yeah.
hard. It's hard to say about Group A though, just because there's a lot of good teams there. So whether they can make it or not, I think they could be that fourth team that makes it out, but it all depends. I think Seaboy is pretty okay top. I think he's a bit of a Garen OTP. He was pretty busted right now, but I don't know. Fujin was pretty decent, I remember, and you have Kahal. The rest are kind of whatever. I don't know. It's group. It's not. It's less the roster and more just Group A. I think any team could make it out. That's why I'm a little hesitant on saying how they'll do.
Yeah, Group A is going to be a gauntlet at the bottom, and even at the top. I mean, you have a lot of teams that could compete for the first and second spots, but that's a discussion for another time. I'll swing it back to Sims here.
Sorry, I unplugged for a second.
Nice.
So that's all the teams. We can take a look at the standings here. We have Group A with Faceless, Mint Gaming Crash Outs, Tilt Reboot Card, Dorado Epsilon, Nefarious Abyssal, Syndicate Bunny Girls, Conduit Fish, and Akuma Shurikens. In Group B, we have Dorado Gaming Sigma, Iceborne White, Conduit Duranzo, Summit Blaze, Omega 3, and Conspiracy Esports. In Group C, we have Elysium Ghost, Dorado Iota, Monkeys Cancun, Conduit Yeti, Agni Kai, and its Syndicate Like a Dragon. Some pretty solid, interesting groups. So, just not to take up too much time, I'll get each of your opinions on who you think will win Conquer, not playoffs.
Win Conquer. Oh,
Win
man.
Conquer.
Of
Winners,
course.
yeah, as in champions.
Tilt
Champions.
Reboot card. We're gonna do it. Obviously.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, once I replace Trad week 4, we will win.
Man. At least this time, oh wait, you did replace me after a loss. I was gonna say at least replace me after a loss this time, but
Yeah, we're gonna lose. We're gonna lose to Bunny Growers or Crash Outs, and you're gone, buddy. Sorry.
I'm not losing to Crash Outs. I'm sorry. Maybe
You're
Bunny
right.
Girls,
You're right. You're not gonna lose to us.
because I'm gonna be off the team.
Yeah, it's I say so. Whoever wins Group A should win it, though. I
Okay.
expect. Group A looks pretty tough overall.
Who else? Dilly?
Gotta bet on myself, man. Elysium Ghost.
Okay. I mean, if you're all playing in here and you're not betting on yourself, come on.
Yeah, if I'm not if I take, obvious bias from my own team out of the question, maybe Iceborne would get my vote. They look really solid.
Okay.
There's a lot of really solid teams at the top. I think it could go a lot of different ways this split. None of the teams are jumping out to me like that team's unbeatable.
Apex list worked.
Might help.
I will say, I think Group B and Group C, with the 4 teams getting out, I can really see a bunch of frauds sneaking through into the round of 12. So that's gonna be interesting to see how that plays out. But I think you could see some 3rd and 4th seeds in Group B and Group C get through that. Probably wouldn't get through in a normal 8-team format. So we'll see.
Okay, awesome. And then the other question, who was your MVP, best player of the winter split? Prediction, it's hard to get that right, but
I think it's gonna be a Spada in the top lane. No, I'm joking. He's only gonna be on tanks. It's probably gonna be KTL if I gank him. But I definitely think KTL has the potential to be a very good ADC, as we saw in Eternal and during the playoffs for Tilt. So I definitely think KTL has the ability to be a very good ADC, and I'm gonna pick him as my MVP.
MVP is like really mid skewed, so it's probably gonna be Albino, Sunbear from Crash Outs, or I mean, it could be Jacob for my team, or even OTF. Those are the three that like I know that are like really good mid laners for the top three right there. I just named, so you could go to either or any of them. Honestly, mid lane's just broken. So
You're all wrong. Epi has returned to reclaim MVP again.
yeah, but he's on Cancun.
Doesn't matter.
Epi does not have 4 Masters players to carry him this time.
This is true,
Doesn't matter.
allegedly.
That's my vote. Epi.
Alrighty. I believe it was everyone, right?
I think so.
Everyone
Yeah,
matters.
I'm sure these predictions will age super well, and none of us
Yeah,
will be
for
wrong
sure.
at all.
Nothing wrong with being wrong.
Alright, well, that is all of our Conqueror teams. As I mentioned earlier, 1 group of 8, 2 groups of 6. The 2 groups of 6 will play 2 cross-group matches in week 3 and then week 6. So for Group A, same thing with other leagues. You can see for the schedule, it's predetermined. Whatever you were drawn, that's the associated number that you have here. So that's who you're playing in week 1, and etc. This will be updated within the next day. So you'll have an outline schedule here for yourself and every other team in here. For B and C, it's similar in terms of how it's predetermined, but you can see week 3 is cross group. So it goes B1 versus C1. So the first team that was drawn into group B, so Dorado Gaming Sigma, will play the first team that was drawn into group C,
Oh,
which
that's spicy,
is
actually.
Elysium Ghost. And
That's
then,
interesting.
Wait.
and then week 6, it's similar but a different predetermined schedule. So the first team that was drawn into B1 plays the 6th team that was drawn to C, into group C. So that will be Dorado Gaming Sigma versus Syndicate Like a Dragon. And that's the same for group C. So it's the same schedule. Well, obviously your week 1, 2, 4, 5, and 7 matches are within your group, but this will be updated to reflect by tomorrow. And then for specifically groups B and C, your cross group matches that you play, they do count for your standings in terms of whether you make playoffs or not. So big reminder on that. Every game matters, every game counts. So don't not show up or not play your best on a weekly basis.
And something as well I just like to add is that like last season, or this season in particular, first seed is really gonna help you because of the 12-team playoff, right? Because you're gonna be able to select the team that you want to play if you win in the seeding stage, right? Which is another thing that they've added that wasn't there last season. And it's going to be super important to get that first seed if you want to make a successful playoff run, not only because of the bye, but because you get to select the team that you play.
Yes. So for some of you that missed our summer split, I believe, where we had for Conqueror, we had the same format that we ran in our Vanquisher League last split, and that we're running in our Vanquisher League this split, which you'll see after this Conqueror League. Since there's 3 groups and 12 teams making the playoffs, the top seed from each group, so it's kind of explained over here, the top seed from each group and then the best second seed will get a direct bye week into quarterfinal. Well, not a bye week. They go directly to quarterfinals, but they will play seeding matches to determine the seed order for quarterfinals. And then the remaining teams are seeded based on their records. So we did this last summer and we did it for Vanquisher. Pretty solid format, but basically after quarterfinals, based on your seeding, you get to actually choose the opponents that make it past the round of 12 in the elimination matches. So getting that top seed and winning the seeding stage matches are very important as well.
Yeah, I mean, I learned last split though, seeding doesn't always matter.
It's true. I
First
mean,
seed
anybody,
doesn't
like I
always
said,
mean-
earlier when we were talking about some of the teams, anything can happen in playoffs. You know, one best of
Yeah.
5. Conqueror is not fearless, so the draft is still pretty standard, but anything can happen.
Yep, I'm gonna be one Orin in every game. I'm ready.
Yeah. So
Easy
with that being
pickings.
said, any final thoughts? Anything to share with anybody in here?
No. Thank you for running a tight ship as always, Sims. It's looking like a pretty good split. I'm excited to play. Got a lot of content to write tomorrow for Monday,
Sounds
so
good.
that's fun.
Yeah, I
we're-
definitely think I definitely think this is going to be a fun split, and I hope everyone enjoys playing in it. At the end of the day, I mean that's why you play, to have fun and to get away from some of the bad aspects in life, right? So I hope everyone enjoys playing in the league.
Expect my my week 3 crash out on Trad and Eternal Chat coming soon to
guys.
you.
Eternal or Conk?
Hey man, whenever you build
Both.
Tanya's on Diego again, we'll see.
Okay, I won't build Tanya's, maybe.
All right. Well, with that, remember all the banter, trash talk is just for fun, for entertainment. So keep it friendly for the most part throughout the split, and don't cross the line because stuff may
that in
happen.
mind.
So keep that in mind for our guests,
Hopefully no
for
one-
our guests, and for our
hopefully
participants.
person-
And thank you everyone for joining the Conquerors segment, for all the fans, community, and all of my special guests here. And with that being said, your Conquer League is all set, and you'll have your finalized schedule with your actual team names in here within the next day. So I'll see you guys Wednesday for the first stream, which we'll figure out which team is going to be streaming. Probably by tomorrow, I'll have to decide all of it. So we're gonna have a big push for more content as well during the split. So keep an eye on that. And yeah, don't forget to check out the merch tomorrow.
I can't wait to pick up my Sims mug.
I know, right?
Ooh,
It's just a
I heard
fire.
I heard Titan Plus members get free Sems mugs.
Oh yeah, we'll definitely add the discounts. I forgot to mention that for anybody that's subbed on Titan Plus, Titan Elite, there will be additional merge discounts that will add as a benefit to those tiers as well.
Wait, do I get a free cup for gifting 20 subs?
True.
For gifting 20 Discord subs, a,
No,
key-
20 Twitch subs.
a free mug. Probably.
Yeah, do
why
I get a
not?
free mug?
Yeah,
Hell
if,
yeah.
if you
Let's
gift
go.
if you gift 20 Discord, no 20 Twitch subs right now, I'll give you a free mug.
I already
He
did.
already did. He already did.
I already
Oh,
did,
that's why we
sir.
had like 40ish?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Oh, I was like, what the hell?
I'm
I
paying
didn't
my
see that.
way to the top. Come on.
No, it's hard to keep up with some of the Twitch stream when you have a lot of stuff
I
going
gave
on.
like
So
500 bits as well.
Bro,
Thank you,
Spotty,
thank
you had to
you.
bribe him yesterday, not today.
thank you for your donations. I'll see what we can do about the free mug with my signature on it.
Let's go.
But yeah, all right. Thanks everybody, and we're gonna take a short break, and then we're gonna be back with Vanquisher with a couple of more guests for that as well. So see you guys in a bit. All right, welcome back, everybody. We're on to our Vanquisher League, which is the M100 cap league that we have that plays on Tuesday nights. This split, we're also switching to a fearless format for Vanquisher. For the fearless format, similar to what I explained earlier, it is the first, for every subsequent game after game 1, you have an additional 10 fearless bands, which were the champions that were played previously. Except for game 4. Game 4, you have those same fearless bands and only 3 standard bands. And game 5, you have all the 40 fearless bands from the previous 4 games with no bans for either team. So the full rules about the fearless draft can be found in the rulebook, so you can check that out since this is our first split of Vanquisher being fearless. So keep an eye out, for that during each of your matches, just so you're not drafting champions that were already picked, etc., and stuff like that. For this split, similar to last split, we have 24 teams with a 7-week group stage and 12 teams making playoffs with the prizing information below. So just like last split, the structure is pretty much the same, 3 groups, and then 4 teams from each group will make playoffs. And then we're going to have a seeding stage for the top 4 teams, and then round of 12 elimination matches for the remaining 8. So we'll explain, or you can see that later on more during the stream, but for now, I'm joined with 2 guests. One of them is, actually they're both junglers, but you're probably familiar with both of them, and I'll let them introduce themselves. Lost, why don't you go first?
Hello, I'm Lost. I tend to talk a lot in Bank General, and Conquer General, but my IGN is not important. I'm the jungler for Flash Syndicates.
And our other guest?
What up? I'm Michael Wave, also known as Ruined. I played Vanquisher last split with DDG. I'm on a new roster now, but coming back to win it all. You know what I'm saying?
Welcome back and welcome to the show. Thank you guys for joining. And with that, we're going to draw the first team for Vanquisher, which will be going into Group A. And that team is going to be Excessive Sloth. This is a new org that was spun off from some other orgs, I think, and started by Joby and Shane, which you may be familiar as previous Vanquisher participants. And let's see, Excessive Sloth, they're going to Group A. We're going to check out their roster. If we go over here, they have Yoshi in the top lane, Blue in the jungle role, Feel the Blues in the mid lane, Kush as ADC, and Isu Kareem as support with Ibion Godly as a sub. My junglers here, any thoughts on this Excessive Sloth team?
Yeah, I don't know anyone on that team except for I know I played with Kush last split, and IBG being on the sub role is absolutely ridiculous. That guy's big fucking goat. He should be on every roster starting. What can I say?
I know Yoshi and Kush, sort of. I've seen Blue's LF team. I think that guy plays a lot of Master Yi. Yeah, that's like pretty much it. I know Yoshi played like Conquer. He won with Mermos and that squad, right?
Yeah.
Like I thought he played mid there. I don't know. I don't know if his top lane like what is actually his main role is. But yeah. I've seen him play around Diamond before. I think he's tried out for like ID before too as well. But yeah.
Yeah, I think well, as you guys mentioned, mostly new players that I haven't seen here, but we'll see how they perform as one of the first rosters for Excessive in Vanquisher. Let's spin for the next team. Which will be Lane Zero Sabers. This is another newer-ish org, but they participated in our Immortal League a couple of times. And I believe this is their first team in the Diamond division, essentially. Lane Zero Sabers will be going into Group B. And they have Club Jackie in the top lane, Malstixi in the jungle, Movie mid lane, Idris in the bot lane, Tumi support, and then their subs are Sensei, Kimpachi, Alive, and Balder. Thoughts on this team?
I don't know a single person on that roster. I'm not gonna lie.
The roster actually looks pretty good. I've seen Mui play before. Is it Mui or is it Tommy? Which one was the one that played in ID
To
team and he like rigged
Tumi,
out
Tumi.
to me?
Yeah,
Okay, whatever.
he
I've
masters, yeah.
seen Mui before. I think they like Mui and Tommy are like ACAM players, right? They play Nakuma a lot. Um, I know Valder or Valdir, whatever. I know that guy played also in ACAM or something. I think they won. I know like maybe some of them have won BOL Diamond before. And Mouse 60 I think has also been playing in Diamond for a bit. I don't know their top laner, and then of course Idris has been like part of Exi for a while. I think the roster looks pretty good. Yeah,
Yeah, they
I
look
just don't know their
solid.
top. Wait, actually I do know their top. Their top is Drew. That guy. Okay, I know their top three. He's like a Camille player. Yeah, I think that roster is pretty good.
Okay. Pretty solid roster coming in for Lane Zero Sabers. Let's see who the next team is going into Group C. It is Omega Gaming Goobers. Or Goober with no S.
They played last split?
No, they played.
No.
They had a team a couple of splits ago, I believe. I think it was the same name. But this roster has Quake in the top lane, Sourcewalker jungle, Epitome mid lane, Drew Barrymore in the bot lane, Panda as support, with subs Jost, Midnight, Amlo, and Rover. On paper, looking like a strong team. Thoughts on this roster?
I think Source Walker's the Master Yi OTP, right? He plays like Master Yi, he plays Jarvan. I think
Yes. Yep.
he mainly plays AD melee champions. I don't know if I've played against him competitive. I know he has. I think he has a chip. I think. I've heard a couple of them before. I've heard of Panda before. I've heard of Quake. But everyone else I don't really know. I don't really know anything about.
I only know their mid and their jungler because I played against them in like scrims and stuff. But the roster was very different. So maybe it was like a different version of like similar
Yeah,
players, but
it is.
yeah, I think they're solid players. I don't know their ball lane very well or their top.
One of their ADC was here a while ago playing under a different team at Emerald, but just
Wait,
making his return. It's Sky.
is that guy Sky? Yeah, that guy was
Yes.
yapping in Vanquisher chat.
Yeah.
Something about trad.
Oh, I know Sky. I don't know him, but I know who that is. Actually, I didn't
Yeah,
recognize
yeah.
the name. Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
That's what
So,
happens, some people they don't know how to build a brand,
yeah.
Like Michael Wave, bro,
That's what I'm saying, bro.
You gotta stick with one thing and go with it. Nobody's
True,
gonna know
true.
nobody's gonna know you as Drew Barrymore.
Not a single person.
True, but this roster
Go
does look
back to Sky.
this roster does look pretty strong. And sorry if I'm being short with some of them, but I gotta keep a move on with 24 teams. With the next team up being Goofy Goobers, similar to Omega Gaming Goobers. We got two Goobers in the league. This team is going to Group A, and they have Benyona top lane, Hypnotic Viper jungle, Random Capitals mid lane, Solbert bot lane, and Palace as support, with the Limster as a sub.
What are these? Go ahead, Lost.
I'm super surprised they're not called We Love Silvert. What the fuck?
Me too.
Silvert teams are always, We Love, and these are basically the people he plays with, like Random Capitals and Benolia. He's played with them for many times. Hypnotic Viper is like an old name. I didn't know he plays jungle. And Palace, I guess this is the new team that Palace found, and it looks pretty solid. I think they have like pretty good like soul laners, and if their jungler is good, then like yeah, I think that team will be very strong.
Yeah, I mean, we played against We Love Solbert last split. We kind of shit on them in round of 12. I think we 3-0'd or 3-1 them or something like that. In playoffs, I know who Palace is. I don't know anybody else plays Palace and Solbert, but yeah, the We Love Solbert roster last year was not very good. Or last split.
They just missed out on playoffs. They could have made it.
No,
They missed
playoffs.
out. They made. I thought they made.
playoffs.
They made round of 12. Yeah.
They made playoffs, bro. But we got like the weird seating shit, and they had to move up or down or some shit. I don't remember, and we got moved up or down.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you guys remember better than me, but
Yeah.
yeah, they were the 4 seed. XG missed out on playoffs. That's what was confusing them with.
We scrimmed those guys, and I got to play Zeri jungle against XG. It was pretty funny.
Pretty solid pick. Welcome back to we love Solber, aka Goofy Goobers this time around. So next team up is going to be True Minded Gaming Warriors. This is a returning team as well who participated last split.
Mm-hmm.
And they're going into Group B. TMG Warriors. Alright, let's check out their roster. They have Zinkara in the top lane, Gab by Jungle in the jungle, Devil Milk Tea in the mid lane, Henry Rocks in the bot lane, and Cool as support with subs Cone and Hot. Thoughts on this roster?
This isn't the one that This isn't Knights. I saw Knights on that list. I guess we'll get to that when we get to that. But Warriors, I think, had Cool playing on Warriors last split too. I think. I'm not sure. I don't recognize any other names.
Yeah, it's the same jungle
But I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that team did absolutely fucking nothing last split. So it's good to see a different roster.
I think
I don't know.
They're definitely looking to improve on their previous performance.
Yeah, it's hard to
they
get worse
are,
than that.
but like, yeah, I don't know. I think that team like loses scrims to like some decent Emerald teams sometimes. So, like,
That's how it be
I'm
sometimes,
not
you know.
super high. I'm not super high on them.
But yeah, they didn't have the best performance last split, but they're looking to improve on that this split. And you know, that's how some teams. And when you're in a league with 24 teams, not everybody's gonna be.
I don't even think Cool is bad. I think Cool is like actually decent. Like they just need to get better players around them.
I agree. Who was the? Do you remember the team that had that Shyvana player? That wasn't this team, right? It wasn't Warriors.
Was it actually? I mean, what's it? Phoenix Flare plays Shyvana.
It may have been Phoenix Flare. I don't remember though. It was just a guy who was like played Shyvana every game. I can remember who team it was. I thought it was this team though. But apparently not.
No, I don't think so. The Luke guy does not play Shyvana. I think he's like a new player or some shit.
Well, hopefully they can improve on their last split performance. But as you all know, like for people that watched last split and followed along, etc., we did have a partnership with True Minded Gaming, where they basically partnered with us to stream all of their games on our secondary channel, which is Titan Esports 2. And that was actually really cool because a lot of people that didn't get to be on the mainstream, you know, so many teams, you can only stream one per week. So not everybody gets that chance. But it was really cool because we got to feature more teams and got to see them again and watch alternative matches, 2 streams at a time, etc. And for this split, again, I'm proud to announce that we're going to do the same thing with True Minded Gaming. So we will have, in addition to our main Tiny Esports stream, we're going to have a secondary stream every week, which will be one of the TMG teams and whoever they're playing that week. So that'll vary on a weekly basis, I believe. And thank you to TMG for doing that again. I hope everybody enjoys the stream and the production quality that we put out. And with that being said, I'm going to bring in a TMG member to provide a statement on their behalf for a quick second. So let me just drag him into our VC. If only I knew how to do that. Here we go.
Hey guys.
Welcome, Orangewater. Why don't you introduce us and tell us a little bit about TMG and what you guys are doing?
Yeah, no problem. I just want to say thank you for having me. I'm DMT. I'm the starting mid laner for TMG Warriors. We are excited to play on stream this season in the Titan Esports 2 cast some weeks. We'll be splitting our time between TMG DKs on the secondary stream, depending on the week. Our TMG Warrior roster comes in the season with an eternally promoted top laner who played in Titan Conqueror with TMG last split, a jungle who has many splits with TMG and Titan, in Luke. Luke was the jungle for TMG's Conqueror winning roster in 2023, and he has many Titan splits underneath his belt, including Vanquisher last split with this roster. I also have multiple splits with both Titan and TMG as well, and I have played in a few series with this roster last split in Vanquisher. Our ADC is the only fresh face in Titan, and he is a promising TMG rookie. Our support, Cool1, is our captain and co-owner of TMG Organization. He's the starting support for the team last split in Vanquisher, and he also played in Titan Conquer with this team. Overall, 4 of our 5 starting players have participated in Titan Conquer before, and has made their way up to the Vanquisher level now at different bases. Also, 4 or 5 starting players are also TMG veterans, having played in TMG teams in the past. And our 5th player, who has not played in Titan or TMG before, there are already rumors that he's a front runner for TMG Rookie of the Split this year. So I'd like to say that our team has a lot of potential, and I'm excited to make push for playoffs this split and have our game streamed on Titan Esports 2 stream every week.
Yeah, for sure. We're super excited to have you guys back and have the stream partnership again. And I'm hoping you guys can make some noise this
Yeah,
split
no, I'm very
time
excited
around.
myself too. I'm
Yeah.
I'm hoping that our team does very well, maybe a little bit better from last split. I
Yeah,
heard a
for
little
sure.
bit of a little chatter, a little bit of trash talk, but it is what it is. We'll come by swinging this season, and we'll show everyone that we could take another chip. This time we'll make sure it's even better players.
Facts. It's all about doing better than the last time. So.
Oh yeah, of course. We have coaching, we have you have stocks in TMG, we have everything, man. It's whatever it is.
Well, I really appreciate you coming on, DMT, and thank you again to TMG and Cone, the owner as well, for the partnership. And you can catch them every Tuesday on our secondary stream. So
Gotcha,
keep an eye out for that.
No problem. Cone is the absolute GOAT. Thank you guys very much.
Of course.
Later.
All right. Thank you again, TMG. And we're going to be moving on to the next group, which will be, sorry, not next group, next team, which will be the Golden Gladiators. This is a newer roster joining us as well. Let me just get their information into here. They're going to be in Group C. So that roster will be the Golden Champ in the top lane, Ryu in the jungle role, Gra in the mid lane, the Golden Blade in the bot lane, and Mr. Potate in the support role with the Golden Hammer and Chocolate Bunny as subs. Lost and Michael Wave, any thoughts on this team?
I cannot say that I've heard of many of these people. Maybe their discords are different than their actual in-game names, but I cannot say that I know or have played against any of these people.
I think Alex Potato was in like an org that isn't around anymore, but he was him, me, and Matt G were all in that org before, so I might remember him from that. I think either the Golden Champ or the Golden Blade were in there too. I could be wrong,
Yeah.
but I remember there was like some golden something.
They did say they played in a couple of the leagues previously, but they took a break for a while. So there's just a bunch of friends returning back pretty much. So that's how it is sometimes, People play for a split or two, and then a year or so or whatever, they'll come back and there's so many new people and everything. It's hard to keep track of everyone. But on paper, they look solid. They look like they have potential, so we'll see how they do.
Yeah.
So next team up is going to be Summit Esports Goblins. So this is another team from Summit Esports joining us this split, and they'll be going into Group A. So let's check out their roster. They have Awan Cake in the top lane, Ryan Jungle, Uwaside Hotline mid lane, Goblin ADC Nightmare support, and it's Hiryoku as a sub, which is Asian Jason, but his Discord is not popping up, so I'll have to look at that in his rank. And neither is Goblin, so I'll fix that. Thoughts on the Goblins roster?
I think I've heard of Shieldit before.
Hmm.
I cannot say I've played against Ryan before in the jungle. The name does not ring a bell. But I know that Shieldit's like not actually that bad, so maybe he can carry a roster. I'm not sure.
I know, yeah, whatever hotline guy. That guy's like a good mid laner for like Emerald. I know that, but I don't know. This might be his like first time in league, maybe. Who knows? So it'll be interesting. But maybe this is the same Nightmare, but I thought he played ADC. I don't really know. That's like a semi-common name, I guess. So
There's a couple
that's
of
like the only
Nightmares,
thing.
yeah.
That's like the only thing I kind of know.
All right, welcome to the Goblins. Let's move on to the next team, which is AFK Exiled. And they'll be going into Group B. Where are they? Here they are.
Ooh, AFK.
Yes. AFK participated a couple of splits ago where I think they went undefeated, maybe dropped a single game in our Vanquisher split, but they lost in playoffs. But this time, this is a completely different roster than the one that participated last time.
Mm-hmm.
This is Dwango Unchained in the top lane, Peekaboo jungle, Hot S'mores mid lane, Young Adrian ADC, and QERW as support with subs LeChosen Goat and Hannah.
You can go.
Okay. I mean, I knew of the other people on the other roster. The only person I know is unironically their sub LeChosen Goat is the only one I've ever heard of. I think I've heard of their support before, but I don't know their jungler. I don't know any of their laners, unfortunately.
I know QERW. That guy's he was on OED, right? Oh, Dynasty. He was a support for Dynasty.
Yeah, they made the semis.
Yeah, I think he's pretty good. I know stuff happened and the team is not together anymore, but there's still a roster. Like I think the mid, I think like the ADC and the top lane are the same AFK Exiles from like the Risen.
Probably, yeah. They are.
Yeah, they played in Risen. The jungler, I've heard of him before, but I don't exactly know him. Yeah, the roster looks okay. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they did something in the group.
How'd they fare against you guys in Risen on your way to the championship?
I don't think they made playoffs.
So they'll probably be middle of the pack here unless they have.
I mean, they
well, actually, they're yeah, exactly. It's a different team.
Yeah,
mid jungle look pretty strong, but I don't think LeChosen Goat is going to be playing. And if he is, this could be a much different roster because he's pretty good.
I mean, also the thing is like the mid they had in like Risen was I'm So Vile, and that guy was pretty good too. So like,
true.
Now is like, I don't know.
I'm So Vile is not that good though. Like he's like maybe like in this probably like top 16.
I don't fucking know.
He's like a B tier player.
Yeah.
Yeah, B tier, maybe C tier. Yeah, true. Agreed.
True.
I have no idea.
We'll see.
He just yaps a lot.
We'll see how AFK XL does. Next team up is Dorado Gaming Theta, who will be going into Group C. And this roster has Milk in the top lane, Split Breed in the jungle, Tough Daddy mid lane, Dark Lord Oswald in the bot lane, and Kibbles as support.
Okay, well this roster I definitely know better. Tough Daddy is like a pretty recognizable name. I think my first ever competitive split I played against Tough Daddy and Split Breed when it was like Dorado, Iota, and there was another one in BOL. I don't know if they're on the same team then, but I definitely played against both of them in that league. Obviously they both leveled up. I'm pretty sure right after that split they both hit high diamond. Suspicious, I think so. But anyways,
True.
I know Tatai's pretty good. He plays kind of like weird mid laners like Gangplank and shit like that. I don't know if he still does anymore, but he did at the time. And Split Breed plays like I can't remember if he's the fucking Sejuani player or if he's the one that plays
Udyr.
Udyr. Okay.
He's like an Udyr player, yeah. I think the roster's pretty good. I mean, I played them in scrims. No comment. Uh, they kind of fucked us actually. But my bad. Sorry.
Interesting.
They're pretty good. I think I don't know. The players played pretty well together, so makes sense.
We'll see how they do. And let's draw the next team. Next team up is the Primordial Spire. They'll be going into Group A.
Okay.
Let's check out who they have on the roster. It is Jolts in the top lane, Aboriel in the jungle, Obongo in the mid lane, Jed ADC, and Storm as support with Iconic as a sub. And I believe Iconic may be eventually be the starter. So this roster, they played last split. I don't know if it's the same people, but they had a rough showing due to a little bit of a jungle issue they had right before the split started.
I can talk about them a bit because, funny enough, I legit played with Jolts and Obongo and solo queue like a few days ago. But they also were in my group last split. They had like a weird jungle situation when we played them though, because we played them pretty early.
Mm.
And I think they got a better one, but the team kind of blew apart mid-season or late season. I think if Iconic plays, the roster will be pretty good. I don't know who the jungler is right now, but Iconic is pretty good, right? Like I think they made like finals that one split, like versus XG, right?
Yeah, I'm not
Who's
sure.
true.
I know that they dropped out of last split, right? They forfeited their last few games.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, do we know?
happened.
Do we know why? Is there insider information?
Apparently,
Well,
something happened with ADC and jungle. That's
Yeah,
what
I heard the ADC mental boomed or something. That's what I heard.
Yeah,
I don't know if
that's what I
that's
heard.
if that's the factual statement, but that's what I heard.
Yeah, I mean they have a new ADC and a new jungle, and the rest of the
Hmm.
team. So that's what I'm gonna assume something happened there. But I think I think Jols is good, Storm is good, Obongo's good. So
I honestly thought their mid laner was one of the worst mid laners in all of Vanquisher last split. Maybe he's leveled up.
I
But
don't know. I'm just saying it's good.
I thought that their team was pretty mid, and then they mental boomed and dropped. That was my impression.
Yeah. I'll just say they're good, and hope that's correct. I don't know. We'll see though.
True.
Welcome back to TPS. We'll see how if they have a better performance and are able to finish out their split this time around. Oops, I did not remove them. If it lands on TPS again, I'll remove them from the list. Accidental click. Next team up is DA Bagel Time. I believe this is Divine Ascension.
Yeah.
What are these team names, man?
I think
I'm
this
telling
is a
you,
team
we
from
have
like Meta Shift.
What happened to like original names? What the fuck is this bagel time? Like what are we
What do you
doing?
mean, bro? Their org name is the original.
Like Clown Gaming? Like who thinks of this shit?
Divine Ascension, bro. Bagel Time, you see. They have Caterpillar for now in the top lane, Meta Shift in the jungle, Killian in the mid lane, Lexar ADC, and Leon of Grotto in the support role, with Kuya as a sub.
Oh man, this is gonna be an interesting split, huh? Meta Shift on on a different team. You know, we haven't seen TMG DK, but I'm like interested to see who they have as their jungler this split. Meta Shift's the only one I recognize from that roster. I think so. I think so at least. But I know Meta Shift shut down this split, right? Like they're not running leagues anymore.
For this split, yeah, they're taking a break to improve their stuff. I think. I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure this is like a MetaShift team, like not as in like a MetaShift like owns a team, and more like they play in MetaShift a lot.
Mm,
I
Yes,
think
that's
their
true.
like whole mid and bot were like on the team that won Xenon or some shit, and that's like close-ish. I don't know. Maybe it's like mid diamond-ish or something like that. Average wise, I don't know. So maybe they'll probably be like decent for them to move into Vanquisher. And then Metashift probably played with them because he knew them. I'm assuming because they just won his league. Or and I
Yeah.
think like their mid is like a admin there or something probably, or like for one
Yeah,
of
I
his
think
leagues.
they're all they know each other.
Yeah.
And you're pretty much on point. I'm pretty sure they play meta shift, but they're taking a break this split. So there's a lot of teams that attempted to do that, or at least sign up in Titan. So there may be some rank disparities that you see in various teams just because they don't really have anywhere else to play. So welcome to DA Bagel time. And we're gonna draw. Let me just remove TPS because I already drew them and forgot to click remove, and I don't want it landing on them again. A little bit of rigging here and there, you know.
mm-hmm.
Gotta do that, keep the league entertaining. Next team up that's going into Group B is ID Honeyfruit.
Wait.
ID
Oh shit. Okay.
fruit.
Yeah,
Is it Zhao PP?
you're gonna see
What else is coming
now.
up?
Group C, where's ID Honeyfruit? We have Walter in the top lane, Zhao PP in the jungle, Wi-Fi in the mid lane, Mystic bot lane, and Samuel P as their support with Blingo XD as a sub.
Okay.
Mm. I've for
Interesting.
sure heard of these players before. I've heard of Volter. I've heard of Samuel P. I've heard of Mystic. I think Zhao PP is like recognizable. I don't know if I've like played against him personally, but I've at least heard of him. But I don't know their mid laner at all. I think it's gonna be at least decent. I know Samuel P is not that bad. Volter's also like pretty mid. Mystic's pretty. I think Mystic's pretty good, but their jungler is I'm not sure.
I mean, Zhao PP is yeeted out of every single Emerald League. I think he's pretty good. So I agree with the yeeting. I know their mid laner is like an old Iceborne player. I don't know. He seems pretty confident, so I'm expecting him to play pretty well. And Mystic played in IDI, right? He did pretty well there. Yeah.
Yeah,
Samuel
this should be
P.
a solid
I
team.
just know there's like a meme with Samuel P getting kicked from teams, but like I don't really know how good he is. But yeah,
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they're
it's in
they
Aegis.
they
It's in
they
Aegis.
they look solid like on paper, but their like Emerald jungler might just hold them back, you know.
Surely.
Yeah, but he also might be an elicitor. You never know.
I mean, dude's like Emerald 1, and I don't think that's his peak. Like he's never climbed above that, so I don't know. I don't know how he's able to keep up
But
with.
wasn't he like
I don't know if
E2
he's gonna
like
be able to.
70% win rate last split? Like I don't know.
I don't know if he's gonna be able to keep up with the diamond players in his on his roster. So
Who knows, man? Who knows?
we'll see. I'm pretty
We'll see
sure
League
last
One.
time, I think they played in Conqueror probably like summer 2024, and lost. That was the split that Toomey ranked out. He had Masters,
Yeah, that was ID Honey for you.
but
I
they
mean, they
didn't win.
played in
They
our
didn't
split
win.
too. They
They
played
didn't. They
in our
didn't.
split too.
They didn't win. They did not win.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. So we'll see if they ID Honeyfruit has a better time here. I expect they'll.
It's only Zhao PP that's the same though. So
Yeah,
no,
you're right.
no one
You're
else
right. No,
wins.
you're right. You're right. Completely, just same team name. They have a
Yeah.
nice logo, but it's not here.
True.
I'll blame Prophet for that. He didn't send
Why
it to
does
me.
Dorado not put any of their logos either?
Because Zol is like super slow on resending the logos and waits till the last
Yeah.
minute. I mean, I have all of them. It's just I'm not gonna go digging for them.
Yeah.
And they'll show up there eventually. So next team up is Flash Syndicates, and they are
Ooh.
going into Group A. So Lost, why don't you tell us a little bit about your team here?
I mean, it's pretty much the same roster as last split. We just flip flopped ADs from our Risen and our Bank team. Yeah, but Oh shit, YouTube got approved. Okay, I mean that was just, we were just trying to see if he would actually get approved or not because he was a YouTube player or Apex player, but that's cool. Um, so yeah, I mean if any bank team wants YouTube, just let me know. Um,
That might be
for
an error too, and it wasn't fully reviewed, so we'll see.
but yeah, I don't know. We're just here to have fun, really. I mean, I think we're a pretty competitive team. It's cool that we're gonna be in the same group as the Spire again because we were with them last time. Who was the first team in Group A? Sorry, I
Excessive
forgot. But
sloth.
okay, I mean, yeah. Group looks cool. I don't know. Everyone's Ape was like third team top. I think he'll probably do something similar. I'm expecting Lean to have like crazy stats as well. So yeah, overall, I think we'll do pretty well.
Sounds good. The microwave, you said you didn't know who Not Important was when you joined the call, so.
Okay, we don't have to leak that. We don't have to leak that. That's
It's okay.
How do
I
you
think
think how do you think his team is gonna do?
I've heard of, well, not heard of. I've played against Adaptable Ape. Actually, I don't know if we played against each other. I've definitely watched your guys' games when you were playing last split. I don't. I want to say I've heard of Lien before. Because you said you changed that from your resident team, right? Like you switched ADCs around. I think I've heard of him. But hopefully you guys do better this time and don't get kicked out in quarters or whatever. Or no, it wasn't quarter. It was round of 12, right?
okay.
You got
Well,
kicked out in the first
we
round.
legit played against Frozen. Like it's unlucky.
No,
It's
no, true.
unlucky.
I wasn't sure if you guys made it past round of 12 or not. I didn't remember.
I think we could have made it far. Just unlucky.
That's fair.
Alrighty. Next team up, going into Group B, is Infamous. The name might be new, but you guys will see the roster, and it's a lot of familiar faces.
Yeah.
So
the name
Infamous
is not
has
new.
Inigo Montoyas in the top lane, Rigor Mortis jungle, Loki mid lane, Ienders as ADC, uh, Keeksing as support, and CB Batman as a sub. So this is some of this is the IDI roster from last split.
Yeah.
Thoughts on Infamous?
I mean, honestly, I think CB Batman's really good. So I'm surprised he's a sub because he's been playing with the rig for so long. Others, I don't know Ienders, but I heard like he was a good player from someone. I don't know who though. But
Yeah,
is he like an
Apex.
Apex player? So yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. I mean I played against pretty much. It was CB Batman and Rigor Mortis Loki, and then like a different bot lane and Risen. I think Loki's okay. Ego Montoya, I know he had that like curse split with TWF, right? Where they won the first four and then lost every single other game and didn't make playoffs.
I think so, but I don't know if it was him.
I'm pretty sure it was him. Yeah, and then Kishing has like weird support picks. Like I know he goes like Malignant Rel or like some other weird stuff. But I mean, he's an interesting player for sure.
Man, they look pretty strong.
Yeah, I mean, Rig's a Viego player like me. Arguably worse than me. But you know what? It's fine. We all got to start somewhere. Qixing is a support that I know of. I asked him to be a sub for our team last year or last split, but he never ended up playing. But that's it for that roster. I know see Batman's like one IDI as well.
Yeah, for sure. He had a pretty solid showing last split, so we'll see how they do this split this time around. Next team up is Oversoul Esports Income, making their return again to Vanquisher League, and this time they have a roster of Jaffe in the top lane, Swifty in the jungle, Fireman in mid lane, Jeff God Gamer in the bot lane, Fang over Fang as support with the Limster as a sub. So the Limster is a sub on two teams, but I'll get that resolved to see which team he's actually supposed to be on.
Yeah. Okay.
This roster, I know Jeff Cut Gamer because he's the one that did his team's interview last split,
Hmm.
and no one else did. Those are gonna run again, by the way. Anyways, I don't know anyone else. I think I've heard of 50 before, but Jeff God Gamer and Fang over Fang are definitely recognizable. I don't know. I know Jeff's like not that bad, so maybe he can have a better roster this time to get into playoffs.
I thought their name was different. I know on Gangster they go by like
Yubi?
OVS stole Yubi or something like that,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. It's a combination of two rosters.
No,
So
they were reincarnate last split, right?
yeah, but it's a
Yeah,
combination
yeah.
of two rosters. We had a
It's
we had a
OVS
Yubi.
and
Yeah, we had a Yubi
I mean
roster.
it's basically Yubi, but it's like a different jungle, no? Like that's
Yeah,
what I see.
Swifty. Yeah,
Yeah. It's basically Yubi but a different jungler, and I mean Fireman I think is pretty good. He's gonna play in one of the Conquer teams that I helped make. I know like he wasn't exactly their mid all the time, but I know that he subbed in, and he did pretty well versus TWF when he subbed in.
If you love
He played well
Apple,
versus
you'll love Apple Card. It
quality
gives you the
player,
privacy
or
and
at least that's what
security
quality
you
player said
expect from Apple. Plus, you don't have to
afterwards. So
prove
I'm
or save
expecting good
daily
things
cashback
from
on
this
every
team.
purchase, which can
Hopefully
automatically earn
they don't have
interest when you
the
open
like
a
the
high-yield
UB split
savings
again.
account through Apple Card. Your Apple Card
But
in
yeah.
the Wallet app. Subject to credit approval. Savings is available to Apple Card owners.
for sure.
subject to
Yeah, this is a
eligibility.
combination of two
Apple Card and
rosters. You guys have
savings
seen
like
Yubi
Goldman Sachs Bank
and
USA,
Oversoul both
Salt
play,
Lake City
but
branch. Member
it's just a
FDIC.
mix.
Terms and more
Mm.
at
Because I think some of their players had to take a break for a split, so they couldn't field like two separate org rosters. But next team up, TMG Death Knights. So this team is going into Group A.
Oh
and
shit.
There is no team. There's no other TMG team in there, so
Exciting.
that's okay.
Play looking better now.
I'm excited to see what their new and improved roster is.
So the
It's like-
TMG Death Knights roster is Night Raven top lane,
Yeah.
Homura in the jungle role, FYS in the mid lane, Crushing Brock as bot, and Mitsuki as support.
Oh,
So-
so they got rid of their best players. Got it.
Yeah. I've heard good things from like some players about FYS. I don't know. They said he's good. I thought they said he was an Apex player though. Oh no, Night Ravens is 100% Apex player. Never mind. FYS, I don't. Never mind. Just don't ignore what I just said.
Oh no, Cash is their jungler still. Oh, okay.
Yeah, Cash is their jungler still. He should probably name
Okay.
change.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, yeah, Night Raven's good. He played in like AML or something, right? Or I know he played also in like Immortal for a bit for RDG.
Yeah, this
Cash
was
looked-
the. Pretty good.
So Cash looked pretty good when he was playing for TDK. I don't know their mid laner that well, but the bot lane's the same. So I mean, I expect them to be pretty strong.
Yeah, I mean this was the problem roster last split, right? They kicked their jungler and then lost every game afterwards. It was kind
I
of
don't-
comical.
I don't think they lost every game afterwards, but yes, they
No,
did. lose
I think they
first
did. They were like 5-0, and then they lost to Echo, and then they lost to Oversoul in playoffs. They were going into playoffs like 5-2 or something, or like 6-1 maybe. No, they lost to Akuma, and then they lost to Echo, I think, and then they lost to Oversoul in playoffs because they kicked their jungler in like week 5 or something like that.
They played against GGV Gaming that didn't win a single game in week 7 or something. But yeah,
Go
they
the
didn't lose every
last week.
single game.
Yeah.
But yeah, they did lose a lot after, I think, or something happened. I don't remember when exactly they moved their jungler. Probably after they lost to Echo, but
No, they removed their jungler after a win. I'm pretty sure.
No, after it was like their first loss.
Was it? Was that their first loss? I thought that was for a win.
Maybe we'll see. It'd be funny.
yeah, I
Wait,
mean-
are they on the same? No, they're not in the same group, so they're gonna play each other.
you should have made them in the same group, bro.
I didn't rig it enough, man.
GG.
How much
Well,
money? How many
welcome-
Titan subs?
Yo, are
Welcome
there any
back.
like cross groups in this? Sorry, I didn't.
Welcome back to TMG. No, there are no cross groups.
Okay, so there's just buys.
No, there are no buys. Next team up
wait.
is Rubber Ducky Gaming. Come on, Lost. Give me the
Okay.
program.
Sorry.
3-5. So they go into Group B.
Oh, this is my roster.
I didn't hit remove again. Oh, is this your roster?
This is my roster.
really?
Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately.
So
I mean, unfortunately, I have to
Rubber
introduce
Ducky
them.
Gaming has Michael Wave on it. Why don't you tell us about your team?
Yeah, we have my top laner. He's a bit of a griefer. He likes to run me down in solo queue, but he likes to carry scrims. It's kind of weird. He likes to run my LP down, but you know what? Who cares? My mid laner is Hexify. It's the exact same roster as last split, except I'm their jungler now, and there's ADC moved to support, and we
Okay.
have a new ADC. Those are the changes. I think it's hopefully it'll go good.
The roster looks okay. I played against Chili Blue and Hexfly before, and Console Diana in ADL. Yeah, I think they got a lot better on Echo as the split got over, like towards the end, but it was like too late to make playoffs. So
Yeah,
hopefully they've just
there's some really solid coaching at RG, so
yeah.
I'm assuming they're gonna keep improving, keep getting better alongside their new jungler. So
The role swap is a bit weird. Cause like I swear Console,
he's played like every role
yeah, he played
throughout
jungle,
since he
then moved
started.
to
So
AD, and now he's support. Like I don't know.
I mean that's
He's
how it is
performing
sometimes.
pretty good on support, I think,
Yeah.
comparatively to ADC. I think he's doing better. He likes it more.
Yeah, for sure. All right, next team up is Summit Esports Eternal Legion. So Summit Esports Eternal Legion will go into Group C. And their roster is Gargumba in the top lane, Sulpen in the jungle role, Pyrosis in the mid lane, Borla bot lane, and Heiko as support with Luiten as a sub.
Pyrosis, whoa. Wasn't that guy that like destroyed people on
Yeah,
Aurora?
Pyrosis was pretty strong, and actually he was supposed to be a wuss last split, which didn't affect anything on his team, but he is Apex this time around because that rule was converted, so he's pretty good.
I know the jungler he had last time was good too, but it seems like this is a different
Yeah.
jungler. The roster looks decent. I know Gargumba is also playing in like
Conquer.
It's either Conquer or Eternal, one of those. I think it's Eternal.
Yeah.
It seems like they have like one Eternal player. Like they had like the hotline guy, and now they have Gargumba.
Yeah.
So it seems like they're also trying to improve like at least some players, so like try to have them play up. So that's cool.
That's what it is for most teams that have multiple teams across various leagues as well. It's not really always all about winning.
Yep.
But yeah, roster looks pretty strong, I'd say.
Yeah, I don't know anyone on it, so I don't have much to say.
Michael Wave, you gotta do more interviews.
Bro, that's what I'm saying. I bring it back. Okay. The problem is only like one person for like 5 different teams last split wanted to interview. It was like a problem.
That's how it is. I'm telling you. I ping people and tell people to do interviews that we have as well, and people don't really want to.
And people cry about content and then don't want to participate. It's like
exactly. That's what I'm saying. But we'll be doing a very bigger push for content this split as well. I know Vanquisher missed out on some of it last split, but we're going to be trying to do more. Next team drawn, as you see, is the Agency, and the Agency has Entropy in the top lane, Neurotoxin jungle, Dive in the mid lane, Baby Garf as ADC, and Walker as support, with subs Crisp 10 and Pillar of Autumn. This is a new team that I wasn't necessarily familiar with. I think I've seen like Dunzy around and stuff, but not necessarily these players at this specific elo.
I know of their support and jungle because they played in another org that's also playing in Vanquisher that has not been revealed yet. But I don't know anyone else. I only know their subs. Kind of weird.
I'm assuming Lost is not familiar with them either, but
sorry. The only players I'm familiar with are their subs.
Yeah.
Like
they've had more higher elo teams, and like with ACL and other stuff and older leagues as well.
I've seen them in like gangster and stuff. Like that's pretty much all I know. Sorry.
All right, we're gonna keep it moving. With the next team up being Excessive Wrath, who is going into Group B. and this is the sister team of Excessive Sloth. Let's see where they ended up. Excessive Wrath has Hunter Wolf Steel in the top lane, Jabber Jabber jungle, Hunty in the mid lane, Chaos as bot, and Willy as support, with Caliburn as a sub. So this
Wait,
is
Hunter? Sorry.
yeah, Hunter is playing top lane instead of
Playing top?
jungle. Yes.
Yeah. I know that guy from playing jungle, and I heard some things about him from another org. Just a little bit of drama, you know. This is old now, I won't bring it up again. But I knew him because he played jungle. But I don't know anyone else. I think I've heard of their mid laner, but that's about it. I think he's like not actually that bad.
I've played against Hunty and Willy and Risen before, like 2 splits ago. I don't think they played in the most recent split. Hunty is not bad. Willy is not bad either. I think he plays. I don't remember exactly what he plays. I don't know their jungler. I know Hunter with Steel um plays jungle a lot, so I'm it's weird that he's not jungle, but you know he's like Sean's favorite jungler, bro. Unlucky.
That's true. They've been playing together for a while.
JK, he's second favorite. I'm favorite, totally.
We'll see how he does with the role swap.
Yeah.
But I don't know if this team will be making any additional roster changes, because I think they just recently added a jungler anyway. So welcome to Excessive.
Caliburn's
To
also a decent
Vanquisher.
jungler, right? Or I don't remember, but he played with like Kami before. Is that the same guy?
Who? Charlie
Maybe.
Burn? I'm
Yeah,
not sure.
I
Two
don't
splits
think
ago,
so.
and like
I don't think
maybe
so.
that was someone else.
It was
I played
somebody
with
else.
Kami. I played with Kami split one of last season. That's it.
Alright, next team up is Half Orc Barbarians. And they are going into Group C with Sir Raven as top lane, Cesark in the jungle, LL Cool Jace mid lane, Revnon bot lane, and Toad as support with Monkey as a sub. Rivale Enjoyer.
Yeah, I've heard of Toad before. He tried out for the team that I was on last split, and I think we had him as a sub at some point as well. But then he left because we never put him on. LL Cool Jace. I think I've played against him before. I can't remember where. I think we tried for a team. He's actually pretty good. But I don't think I've ever seen him play Jace, which is kind of weird. And Cesark is a very average jungler, I think. He doesn't really do anything flashy. Like he's not, he's not a 1v9 person. I don't think.
Okay.
Yeah. I know Sir Raven and LL Cool J from Risen last split. Sir Raven's really good, I think. Honestly, I'm surprised that guy's even M100. Like, but whatever. Other than that, yeah, the roster seems. I'm pretty sure they're all playing like the same draft league or some shit.
They all play in STC. That's what it is.
Yes.
Yeah, and Cesark, his flashy pick is Darius Jungle. I had to play against it in ADL or some shit, I think last split. But it didn't go so well for him, so maybe it'll go better this time.
We'll see how they do. They might have some roster changes that I missed.
I thought Revnon was also a top laner.
He is the top laner.
Yeah, that's also weird. I swear that guy won like mythical already, like Risen mythical.
Oh really? As a
Yeah.
top laner?
Yeah.
Hopefully, there's no more Challenger Smurfs this split. You never know.
Yeah, hopefully not. Alright, let's see. Next team up is Akuma Sabers. They'll be going into Group A. They have Klugi Chungus in the top lane, Skuin in the jungle role, Stone Cold Incel in the mid lane, Ratview in the bot lane, and Daida as support, with Ant Egma
Oh my god.
as a sub.
Okay, they have Andy. Is Daunted Andy Chef? That's who that is, right?
Yes.
And then Data, obviously. And then my old fucking sub top laners on that team. I didn't even know that. I didn't even know he was playing for that team. That guy is pretty racist. But anyways, we have
Whoa,
Scoot in the
whoa.
jungle. I don't know if I've played against Scoot many times. But I know their top laner is really good and Data's really good. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see how their split goes.
Oh, okay. I need to. I mean, this is funny. I mean, this is also pretty fun. I like that we get to play this team early. I don't know. Group A looks. I mean, it looks pretty fun if I get to play against like TMG and Akuma pretty early, and the Spire. Like, already looks like there's decently strong teams here. I don't know their mid. Um, but that's whatever. I know the rest of the players, so yeah.
Yeah, it's a pretty strong roster with respectable results.
Yeah, for sure. Is Matchy their Apex?
Yeah, he is. He's their Apex player.
Hoggers, yeah.
Well, Akuma is the last team in Group A. So we have two more teams to draw.
I know
And
what team I want to see for this. I'm just hoping it's the right one.
the team in Group B is going to be Elysian Esports.
Oh, let's go. I have a lot to say about this org.
So Group B, Elysian Esports. Let's check out their roster. They have Wander Franco in the top lane, Chill Savior as jungle, Marquise in the mid lane, Walt as ADC, and Skylar as support, with MLG Pro as a sub. Thoughts on the Elysian roster?
I don't know their. I actually didn't know that MLG was. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure MLG is their starting mid laner. I don't know if that's like
Okay.
a recent roster change or something. But I'm familiar with them. I'm unfortunately a part of their org in some way, shape, or form. So I know Walt, I know MLG, or legit as he goes by on Discord. They're like they're pretty. I think they're pretty okay. Walt is pretty average, below average diamond ADC. MLG is a role swapped ADC to mid lane. I think he also plays top lane for fun. So I don't know how good he's gonna perform, and I don't know how their scrims are going. I'm not a weird leaker like that. But I haven't really heard of their top laner or their mid laner before, and I know their jungler is not great. I'm pretty sure if it's who I'm thinking of. I don't know if it's the same person, but it's a very similar name that I played against before who was not very good.
I actually only know Marquise and Walt, and apparently Marquise is not even playing anymore. The only reason I know Marquise is because like he's friends with the Syndicate owner, and then Walt he used to play in Emerald before.
Cool,
The
cool.
re- the
So
rest of them I don't know. Yeah.
might have to make that roster change a little bit. I think that was submitted, but we'll update it later on. And the last team in being drawn and in Group C is Tuxedo Magnum. They were participants in our last split. And I'm pretty sure they're returning mostly the same team. They have David Kolb in the top lane, RC Gladiator jungle, Matok in the mid lane, Jaded Cloud bot lane, and Tyree in the support role, with Fright Arrow and Strinka as subs.
Okay, that's who I was thinking before. RC Gladiator is the Shyvana player. That's exactly who I was thinking of. That guy, all of last split just AFK farmed whenever jungler he was picked and did absolutely nothing, and then just prayed that he won the game from farming. It was like the most like anti-fun thing to play against ever, because I like never was able to invade him, but like it didn't really matter because we won against them. But hopefully he's changed his strategy a little bit because that did not seem to work for them. I don't know what how the rest of the split went after we played against them. I played with Tyr recently in solo queue, and he ignored me. He actually egoed the fuck out of me, which is very unfortunate. But Tyr's actually pretty good. But their jungler is not.
It's from their last roster. It seems like they swapped top and AD. Because Jaded Cloud used to be their top, and David used to be their AD.
That is true,
That's like
yeah.
what I
They did.
noticed.
They swapped roles.
I heard like decent things about RC. Okay, I don't even remember. I'm not if it was decent or not, but I heard like okay things about him because like when they were talking about him, and they seemed like he was gonna be their carry. Other than that, I don't really know.
Yeah, they were really they did okay like last split, but they were in the
They were in
middle of
Group
the
A, right?
pack in Group A. Yeah, they just barely missed out on playoffs for like one game. And Optimal ended up making it over them, I think, and they went to semifinals. So hey, you never
Yeah,
know.
true.
So that will be all of the teams in Vanquisher that are drawn. So we'll take a look at the groups real quick now. So we have Excessive Sloth, Goofy Goobers, Summit Esports Goblins, the Primordial Spire, Flash Syndicates, TMG Death Knights, the Agency, and Akuma Sabers in Group A. Group B, we have Lane Zero Sabers, TMG Warriors, AFK Exiled, DA Bagel Time, Infamous, Rubber Ducky Gaming, Excessive Wrath, and Elysian Esports. And Group C, we have Omega Gaming Goober, Golden Gladiators, Dorado Gaming Theta, ID Honeyfruit, Oversoul Esports Income, Summit Esports Eternal Legion, Half Orc Barbarians, and Tuxedo Magnum. So for the schedule and the groups, like I said, 7 weeks of single round robin in your groups. So the schedule is already predetermined, as you can see here, based on when you were drawn. This will be updated within the next day with your actual team names. But for now, if you want to see your week 1 opponent, you can pretty much figure that out. No cross groups or anything. If I go to, for anybody that was here last split, a lot of people are returning. Same structure for seeding and playoffs. So top 4 teams from each group make it, with the top 4 seeds going into the seeding stage. And then the bottom 8 play elimination matches into quarterfinals. So we'll take a quick look at the standings. I'll get opinion of Lost and Michael Wave to see what they think in terms of who will win the actual Vanquisher League. I'm not going to go into like groups, playoffs, etc. Just keep it short and sweet. If you could pick one team to predict to win it, who would it be?
I don't know, bro. Honestly, no, you go first. Like,
Okay. I have like some idea of what teams I think are gonna be good. There was a roster I hadn't heard of before that actually seems like pretty decent. The Lane Zero Sabers seems not bad. Akuma never really puts out like really bad rosters, so that one we'll have to see with that one. I'm not sure about that. I was hoping that the XSV rosters would be better. I think Sloth is the only one of the two that I like that I think is gonna be like pretty competitive, but I could be wrong. Elysian I think is gonna do absolutely nothing. I think they're like pretty bad players. I know them, so it's not actually Flame if I'm friends with them, right? But I'm not friends with them. I don't like them at all. Anyways, I think they're gonna be probably bottom of B, and the best team in our group, yeah, I think LCS Warriors is gonna be second to last. AFK, I think AFK is not gonna be bad. I think AFK could be like a top 3 team.
all right. So I think for Group C, either Theta or Half Orc Barbarians are like favorites from that group. For our group, I think there's like 4 teams that I think are pretty decent. In Group B, I think Lane Zero Sabers is really good, probably. Infamous and Rubber Ducky are probably good in that group. I say XSV Wrath I think is also decent. Actually, I don't know with the rule swap stuff, but yeah, those are like the teams that kind of like pop up in my head.
Gotcha. And then if you could pick one person that you think is going to win MVP from all the players that you saw, who do you think is going to be?
I mean, what's the only is the only Apex player playing Matt G? That's the only one, right?
No, there's a
No,
lot.
there's
There's a lot.
they're just
Okay,
not they're not
if
they're
this
not
Eye
highlighted
Enders
here.
guy, if this Eye Enders guy is like very good, then maybe him. But
Well, I mean like last season Vanquisher players
oh,
that are now Apex players for Vanquisher.
Pyrosis is playing, right?
Well, just because they're Apex doesn't necessarily mean, you know, they're.
No, that's for sure. I'm just trying to that's generally a good idea of like what the good players are,
Yeah.
like in solo queue or competitive or whatever. I don't know, like most valuable player. I don't know. Maybe I think it'll have to be either like an ADC or like a jungler or something. I don't know. I
Alright.
actually have no idea.
My top 3 picks are, if this Islanders guy is good, I think his group is like really playable for him. I don't think there's like any good ADC in that group really. Outside of like Idris maybe. Um, so that would probably favor him. Uh, I think Sir Raven's really good. So, and that group doesn't have like the best top laners. Um, and I mean I like Lean 123 of course because he's on my teammate, and hopefully he carries me. But yeah.
Well, sounds good. Thank you for the takes. And thank you guys for joining. I'll let you give any final thoughts that you have on the Vanquisher split, anything you've seen, etc.
I have no ending remarks. I think I said my piece. Lost you there.
Yeah, I don't have anything either. Sorry, I was replying to something.
It's all good. We're pretty much wrapped up, and we're gonna get on to our final segment for Vanquisher. As I mentioned earlier, tune in on Tuesday night. We will have 2 streams. One will be our main official stream. Match will be determined by tomorrow probably. Another stream will be a TMG stream on Titan 2. So thank you everyone for tuning in. Thanks to Lost and Michael Wade for hanging out and providing some input. Hope you guys enjoyed it. And we're gonna be take a break, and we'll be back with the final league of our winter split, which is the Immortal 600 LP League on Thursdays. So I'll be back in a few minutes with our final guest and our final league. All right, welcome back, everybody. We're here for the final league of the night, which is our Immortal League. Thank you all for your patience and thank you for waiting around, tuning into the previous ones and everything. And we're finally here. So for Immortal, it is going to be Fearless again, just like last split. For those of you that are used to it, same league rules for drafting as well, which can be found in their rulebook. So reference that for people that are new here for the first time. Double check that to make sure you're following the rules on a weekly basis for all your matches and stuff. The league is on Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, as you all know. It will be 14 teams with a 7-week group stage and 8 teams making playoffs, and the listed prize pool below. So for the league structure, we have 14 teams. You obviously 2 groups of 7, and you only get to play 6 teams. With one of those weeks is going to be a cross group match, and those cross group matches will count for your standings as well. So I'll get into that a little bit later once we get towards the once after we draw all the teams, and I'll explain the structure and your schedule as well. But for now, I think we're pretty much going to just jump right into it. I have 2 guests with me, and I'll let them introduce themselves, and then we'll draw the first team. So first off, why don't I let the reigning champion himself introduce himself?
All right. Hi. I'm Lesser. I'm not a player for DDG. I'm the coach, manager, whatever you want to call me. Uh, we're here to win 3 in a row, so I apologize for everyone else participating. You have in fact lost your investment, and you will be losing to Brandy Fan. I know he flames me, but that guy won MVP for a reason.
Thank you and welcome back, Lester. And next up,
Hello. My name is Animosity. I am new to Titan, and I'm on a team in Titan Immortals. Hoping to take the spot #1. Sorry about that.
awesome. Welcome to Titan. Thanks to both of you for joining me. And let's jump into some of the teams here. With the first one up being drawn is Summit Esports Wawa. So for those of you that have been following along, Summit has a bunch of teams in all of our leagues, and this is their highest cap team that will be going into Group A. So Summit Esports Wawa, and let's check out the roster over here. They have Sprinkler in the top lane, Morn in the jungle, Mei in the mid lane, Nantuno Asura in the bot lane, and Boywife in the support role. With a bunch of subs is Array, Master Gamer, Hiroyuki, Pyrosis, and Goblin. So brand new team to our Immortal League, which I'm not necessarily familiar with all the players, but Lesser and Animosity, any thoughts on these?
Bunch of randoms, I'll be honest. Haven't heard any of them.
Yeah.
Some of them look a little high elo, but they a bunch of randoms, I'll be honest.
I've heard of Boy Wife. Forgot who that is, to be honest, but I've heard of them. I know Array, the sub. I think. Other than that, I don't really know them either.
Yeah, on paper
They look like a TMG type team. Like they won't be here long, kind of.
No way. On paper, these
What
guys.
does TMG mean?
They dropped out after a couple of splits, one of our split, because their team fell apart.
Dang.
Yeah, but I don't think this team is going to be the case. They have a pretty solid roster on paper, and they have 5 subs, so I would not expect that of them. They seem like they came prepared with most of their players close to the cap as well. So maybe I'll be proven wrong, and they're just going to crash out. But
Don't be surprised.
We will see.
Welcome to Summit, to our Immortal League as well. So next team drawn is Rubber Ducky Gaming. So let's
hell
see
yeah.
where this roster is. Rubber Ducky Gaming. They have Toasted Toast in the top lane, David in the jungle, I Samuel in the mid lane, Ravan in the bot lane, Skeptor as support. They also have 5 subs as well. So Skill, Quiet, Knight, 910, and Cartana. So I believe This is a returning roster, right, Lester?
Yeah, RDG had two teams last year with Nova and Apex. They both kind of sucked, but it looks like this team looks better.
Yeah, it looks like they combined and picked up some new players as well.
I have no comments. I don't really know them.
Yeah, normally RDG is more of a like you see them on your schedule, you understand that you get like a break week. It's a like last season that's what it was, but this year it looks like they actually have a decent team.
Same.
I know Skeptor. Skeptor's a pretty decent player. David I've seen play around, but the rest of them don't seem too bad. So I honestly don't think that they'll be a free win this time.
No, they look like they came in with a pretty strong roster this time. Sometimes splitting rosters into two can be a bit more detrimental. Like yes, everybody gets playing time and you get experience, but you may be splitting like better players apart. And orgs do that from time to time, but this time it looks like they're with one combined roster and they're expecting to be stronger than last time.
I'd like to see Drake succeed, so I'm hoping that they do well, at least competing.
Likewise. Next team up is Dorado Gaming Zeta.
Ooh, ew, ew.
And they will be going into Group A. Let's check out their roster as well. For Zeta, they have Void in the top lane, Jim Cantor in the jungle, John JVL in the mid lane, Joker as ADC, and Hoshiumi as support.
Oh, okay.
It's a standard Dorado team.
Yeah.
They'll get
They're
third
all.
place. They'll do nothing in playoffs, and then they'll disappear off the face of the earth. It's nothing new. We all know what Dorado is at this point.
Is this the team that eliminated you guys
Oh no, we beat them.
in AML or
We
something?
we won. AML was a completely different roster. They had Jerry X. They had a decent roster back then, but
Oh,
this
okay,
time,
okay.
ooh.
Okay, I know this roster has been around for a while, so I don't know their exact accomplishments, but we'll see what they're able to.
I know Jim and I know Joker, but that's all I really know. No comments really. I'm an empty guy.
I like the support, but besides that, that's about all.
I like
Well,
Joker. I
they're
think,
they're they're coming here to
but
win it all, so
I hope so.
we'll see if they're able to do that. All right, next team up is going to be Stasis Gaming Resurgence. This is another newer org to Immortal, but they mostly ran internal developmental leagues, and now they're expanding into hosting a challenger team. Let me actually bring up their roster to see what they're cooking with. Stasis Gaming Resurgence into Group B. Oh, this is the team that
what the hell?
renamed.
Oh, this
Sigma.
team.
It's
It's
Sigma
this
Sigma
team.
Boy.
Ah, okay.
Oh, wait,
Sigma Boy in every role except the Marcotte as the support. But
that's so funny.
reality, it's Havoc in the top lane, Nostalgia in the jungle, Mags in the mid lane, Geico in the bot lane, and Marcotte in the support role. So they've played a couple of splits here, I think, but under various names.
Yeah, this is the old Art of War team that we beat 2 seasons ago to make it
Yes.
there, and they won AML back in summer. But
Yes.
I know they split apart last split into two different and worse teams. They've got a really good support in ADC, but Nostalgia's washed. Maguire, don't need to speak about that guy, and Havoc. It's just a formality, basically.
Didn't seem that way back in what was it, summer?
They had the miracle run.
Yeah, we'll see if things change this time around, right?
I'd like them to prove me wrong.
Yeah, for sure. But they're going under a different name right now. So Stasis Gaming, apparently, that's who they're picking up. Maybe they'll win them a championship. Next team up is Team Coconuts. They'll be going into Group A. So this is, I believe, a group of friends. that have been playing League a long time in various leagues, little tournaments, mostly flex queue.
Oh my god.
But let's check out their roster. Team Coconuts has Benyona in the top lane, Colby in the jungle, Electress in the mid lane, Dreamo as bot lane, and Vampire Holly in the support role.
I don't know any of these players, I'll be honest.
I know Dreamo from SDC. I also know Vampire Holly. That's my goat right there.
Solid, solid
They're
players.
both solid, yeah, I'd say. Dreamo especially. I think he's underrated.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, other than that, I don't know the rest of them, so
I know Benyona is playing in our Vanquisher League as well, so we'll see if he's how he performs versus Diamond teams, and then versus if he can compete with some of the better Masters players as well. So welcome to Team Coconuts. Next one up, let's spin the wheel. Next team will be Maelstrom Esports.
oh,
So this is
heard
another
about him.
returning org. They'll be going into Group B. Maelstrom Esports. Where's the roster? Let's see. They have Fivon, Livid in the top lane, Trixui in the jungle, Castek in the mid lane, Loki Dosi bot lane, Aethel in the support, and then subs Fallen Asleep and Overrate. They are a fast growing organization that bases their community around the teams they represent. And they take pride in helping everyone continue to grow and better themselves, not only in video games, but in real life as well. And they've been in various leagues as well. I think they had an NACL OQ team
Mhm.
in summer. So, and they also played here last split.
Yeah, I know about Maelstrom. They're I think they're mostly QC team if I recall.
Mm-hmm. That's where he started. Yep.
Yeah, I had a friend who knew a lot of them on that team.
Yeah.
Class Tech and Tricks.
I'm glad that they finally got a good support under their belt. That fallen asleep guy was a hindrance. ADC, Loki Dosi, really good player. Won a minor league back in winter last season, and they kind of kept a weak mid laner.
Okay.
Jokes, I like Tech. He's a really good player. I like him. It looks like they'll actually be competitive this season, so I'm excited.
Yeah, they had a rough go last time around with a bunch of like roster issues and stuff, but it looks like Castek basically just rebuilt a full new team around himself, kind of. So
Did my boy Knight wrong and get Cat.
yeah, we'll see if they're able to turn it around this play and have a better performance. So let's spin for the next team, which will be Lane Zero Maelstrom. It is not the same thing, not the same thing as Maelstrom Esports. This is a Lane Zero org team who has a team in our Vanquisher League as well. And they focus on internal growth and the collective of players from all the teams helping each other achieve success. They're committed towards helping their players both as a team and individually reach their goals. And they've been around for a while, for a decade apparently, and they used to be around way earlier in like seasons 3 to 8. So now they're mostly making a comeback. I believe Lane Zero participated in our summer split, and they're making a return now. So, Lane Zero Maelstrom will be going into Group A, as I said. Let's check out their roster. They have Arthur in the top lane, NA Stallion in the jungle, Griffin in the mid lane, Bondi in the bot lane, Brash as support, and Zelius as a sub. Yes, looking at the roster now, they definitely play with this pretty much same team.
Yeah, it's gonna be another bottom of the barrel team. Yeah, just they'll get fifth place in a group. They won't be the worst, won't be the best. but they'll take a game off us if we let them, of course.
If you let them, of course. Yeah, it was summer. It was summer when they played. That was a
Yeah.
split that you guys won as well.
Yep.
It was this pretty much exact same team.
Pretty sure. I'm pretty sure we beat them to make playoffs. They were like our confirmation.
Different top laner, yeah.
Mhm.
They just barely missed out. That was summer was a rough 16 groups. But yeah, they're coming back with mostly the same players, just a different top laner. So we'll see if they can improve on their last performance and make playoffs this time around. Pretty solid on paper. Actually, all of these teams, I'm not gonna lie, you guys are saying they don't seem impressive, but a lot of people closer to the peak compared to some of the previous splits that we had. So
It does look like a lot more competitive. There's no diamond players yet, so I'm very happy that we may actually be tested for once.
Yeah. We'll see how that goes.
Uh,
Next team up, and would you look at that? It's their sister team, Lane Zero Blizzard.
oh,
So this is another team from the same org. That will be one sec. Let me find my handy dandy sheet. Technical difficulties. Here we go. Lane Zero Blizzard will be going into Group B. Yeah, this is another roster that they're running with Hazem as the top lane. Archer in the jungle, never saw mid lane, Verticality in the bot lane, and Eclipse as support, with Riddy as a sub.
Rudy has a thumb. Holy shit. I need to beat that team.
Yeah,
It
these
looks
are
like a good team. I can't lie. They've got Never Saw. I know we have some not the best history, but I still love Never Saw. Verticality's a griefer. Don't like him. Same thing with the top. The jungle support are good though. We've scrimmed them quite a bit in the past few days, so or weeks, I guess. So they always give us a challenge. It's always fun. Good team.
Yep, I agree. I like the team. In my opinion, I like Hazum.
Noah clears them.
and they look pretty strong again. Some returning
Vert your
champions
watch.
and a strong bot lane, I'd say, and mid duo. So we'll see how they do this split. And then we're gonna go on to the next team being drawn, which is Fluffy Tuffy. And I believe this is
Feels like
a musical, you said? Let's see. Fluffy Tuffy goes into Group A. Check out their roster.
this feels like a for fun team. I'll be honest.
No, it's not. It's they have some experience together. They're kind of a collegiate team. That's just
Oh,
under a
I know
different
some
name.
of them.
Yeah, so top lane for Fluffy Tuffy is that one gamer. Jungle is Zagreus. Mid lane is X6er. And bot lane is Carlos. And support is Elderwood with a sub list of the Diamond, Spares, River, and Blue.
This is again. I know they may compete, but this is the only roster I see with a diamond player listed on the actual sheet themselves. Last college team I believe that participated in Titan was the Winnipeg Wompats, and we saw what happened with them. So hopefully it's a bit of a better story with these guys. But
That was in
know,
that was in
that was AML,
AML, yeah.
but it's still persisted in Titan.
No, I think you might be mixing them up.
No, they're the same team. It was the Winnipeg Wombats, and then they competed in Titan under a different name, but it was the same roster.
Oh yeah. Well, we all know what happened to them, so hopefully this college team under a different name has a better performance.
Only the best.
Well, good luck to Fluffy Tuffy and welcome to Titan. Hope you guys enjoy it here. I'm sure it'll be a better experience than some of collegiate stuff. So, next team up is Mint Superior which will be going into Group B. That is correct. And Mint Superior, this is a returning roster, I believe. Let's check out their team. So they have Akira Hu in the top lane, Vertigo jungle, Fortnite in the mid lane, Weeping Bubs as ADC, and Call Out Mayday as support, with Chill Will Kills as a sub. So this Mint Superior team was in Titan last split as well, with the same name. They had a pretty solid run, if I remember correctly, but they lost in quarterfinals. But they
Oh,
had
they lost in semis. I could be wrong.
no, they lost in quarterfinals to Dorado Gaming Game 3-1.
Ooh.
But
Okay.
they finished second and went 6-1.
Yeah, they did good in the For Fun group, I think, if I'm correct, but I could be wrong.
Sure, kind of. That was the group with the Omega team or Akuma Omega team and Mint Superior.
Was the
Yeah.
Akuma Omega team the team that lost 0-3 in finals, or am I misremembering? For Fun
like,
group.
Yeah, something like that. So
I like Mint though. Mint Superior looks good. I've always been a fan of Vertigo. Really good jungle, and I know that's not the real Fortnite mid lane, but if he's got any half the skill as him, then that'll be a good team.
yeah, for sure. I think they're bringing back. This is pretty much the exact same roster with different mid laner. So we'll see if this mid laner is any better than their former mid Babs and how this changes their team and if they're able to have a dominant performance in the regular season like last split and improve on the playoffs run. So Mint
Expect
Superior.
good things from this Mint team, I think.
Yeah, I agree. So let's see, your next team into Group A will be Owl Corpse Gaming. This is a new team as well, so I'm gonna bring up their roster real quick and get some info on them. So this team has played in a couple of tournaments, and they're coming over from the Meta Shift League with the Radon division, where they made the quarterfinals. So the top lane is Radiohead, jungle is Larkspur, mid lane is Orange, ADC is Jangu, support is Temu Kyria, and then subs are Flavor Dash and Huingon Bush.
Don't know any of them. Not my realm.
Yeah,
You
I
guys are
I
probably
don't
not.
look that great. I'm not gonna lie. And all I know is you came from Medicine. Probably not that good of a team. Let's be
I don't
real.
want to say it.
It's it is a point league over there, so there's a various skill levels. I think even in the highest cap, so it may be a bit of a difficult adjustment, but we'll see if they're able to actually compete over here against full masters teams and stuff. But Shift is taking a break, so that's what I was mentioning earlier on Maker Sure. You might see some teams that are varied skill levels just because they don't have anywhere else to participate. So appreciate them
Fair
joining
enough.
here, and we'll see if they can keep up and how they compete versus some of the stronger teams.
Actual teams. Yeah.
Yeah,
Actual
stronger
teams. That's
teams.
crazy. True.
And the next team up is Zero. This is, I
Sir.
believe, another team, another group of friends from Collegiate and other places, and looking to compete. And well, look who it is. Somebody has
Indeed.
participated in OQ's NACL. Animosity, why don't you tell us a bit about your team?
We're just a group of friends. That's really it.
Well,
I don't know what else to say.
that's really it. I'm gonna
Yeah.
read your roster. You have yourself in the top lane. You
Yeah.
have Schwalper in the jungle. Oh, it's SHU, I forget. You have
You can say shoe. We pronounce it as shoe.
right. You have Ulper in the jungle, Scorp in the mid lane, Archon bot lane, and then Atlas in the support with subs Genghis Khan, Godspeed Skin, and Cherry.
Harry, my go-to.
Yeah, I forget this is a mix of your collegiate team and other friends. So
Yep.
roster's looking strong on paper. Yeah. What do you think about your expectations for a split?
My own.
Yeah, for your team, are you guys gonna win?
I mean, we're hoping to. We didn't pay money for nothing, right? Paying out of pocket. We don't really got a coach. We're doing what we can.
True, true, true. Well, welcome to Titan. Lesser, any thoughts on this team? Looking at them on paper.
I've heard that their top laner is probably one of the most boosted animals in Titan. I could be wrong. I've only heard rumors.
Ooh.
But in all seriousness, doesn't look like a bad team. I'm excited. Anyone who comes and joins the league, especially anyone who actually has players on their team, is welcome. So hopefully they'll well. I want to be in the
For
group now.
sure. Yeah. Oh, that's funny. You haven't been drawn yet, so.
I know. I'm waiting for us. Saving the best for last, maybe.
Maybe.
The two final teams.
That's
Finalist teams
that's
are
actually
left.
hilarious. Let's see.
Yeah.
You think whoever gets drawn last is actually going to win the championship?
I'd assume so.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's see who it's going to be. This is the script right here. This is how you write scripts.
This is how you rig it.
Yeah, this is how I rig stuff. Next team drawn is Omega Akuma Perry Knives, and they are going to be in Group A. So this is our returning finalist team that lost to the last team that has not been picked yet. So this team has on your chest in the top lane, Vietnamese Diddy in the jungle, Kerrigan in the mid lane, the keyboarder in the bot lane, and Fails in the as a support with Riddy as a sub for this team too. How did he
Riddy's
end up
everywhere.
on? Yeah, he ended up on two teams, so we'll have to figure that out. But apparently he can, be in two places at the same time. So this roster, as I mentioned, returning from last split, and I believe I don't know what role changes and swaps they're doing, but I think they might be trying to figure out something with their roster. Because
I think Lone Ree's gonna go off roll this season. I've heard, but I could be wrong.
yeah, he said he got tired of jungle, so he's gonna see how fun it is to just slap fight in the top lane.
How hard he can lose to other top winners. Good for
We'll
him.
see. Well, Lester, anything to say about this roster?
I'll be honest. I support the support on my team more than anything, but this Fails guy, he is probably one of the best supports, if not the best support playing in Titan the split. Love the guy. Keyboarder, really good ADC. Played last season, I think. He haven't played last season, the season before. Pretty solid ADC. Kerrigan, that guy got touched by Troy, so I don't have much to say on him. And besides that, don't know their jungle, and Lone Ree's he's trying out top for fun, so they'll have fun regardless of whatever they do, but it'll be a fun season. They'll make finals most likely, but they'll
We'll
lose
see.
again.
I think
Probably 4-0.
they've had a pretty easy time in regular season over the past couple of splits, so we'll see if this role swap impedes them at all, and if the tougher competition kind of like sets them back a bit.
We could hope so.
And we're gonna spin for the last team. Drum roll.
The winners of Titan right here.
It is our two-time back-to-back champions, Drop Dead Gaming. And let's check out who they're bringing back this split.
Oh, what a team!
Who's their team? Oh no, I messed up my sheet. I'm gonna put you guys in Group A for fun. Just so we can take a look at the roster. So Drop Dead Gaming has never outmatched in the top lane. Why is people just keep changing their name? Evil Lobster in the jungle, Troy in the mid lane, Brainy Fan as ADC, and Mr. Kiwism as support, with subs Nair, Sourcewalker, Vision of Empire, and Voidstar. Lester, tell us about your team a little bit.
So we've brought back the core from the championship winning roster. We have MVP Branny Fan coming back as the most electric ADC in the league. Again, Troy, everyone knows that guy. He made every other mid laner shit their pants in the entire season, including Kerrigan. That guy specifically. Evil Lobster, Star Jungle, everyone knows him. Noah, crazy top laner. I've never seen this guy lose lane. And then Mr. Kiwiism, I had to grab the best support. I know I just typed up fails, but I had to grab the best support available now that Jordan Bot has moved on to bigger and better things.
Okay, okay. We'll see how the battle of the ADCs goes with the keyboarder making his return. Because I think last time he played, he won, what was it, MVP and first All Pro team? With Brainy Fan being second, right?
I but no, Brady Fan was the MVP. Or do you mean in summer?
Yeah, summer.
Yes, that was the year that people thought the keyboarder was better, and then they lost 0-3 in semis to us.
Yeah. That time around. So we'll see with a different team around him how they're able to do. So it's gonna be interesting head-to-head race to watch for some of the best ADCs that we have in Immortal.
I think I like how Brady Fan described the team. We've got four very handsome individuals and Evil Lobster, and that's how we are. That's how we'll play.
Okay. Well, let's take a look at the groups real quick. Gonna move you guys out, and I just have a little bug in the sheet that I'm gonna fix.
We get to play in both groups. Oh, you Sebs, you should know.
Yeah, pretty much. You're definitely in Group B, but I'll just fix what your team shows up on the roster sheet later this evening or tomorrow once I look into it. But for Group A, we have Summit Esports Wawa, Dorado Gaming Zeta, Team Coconuts, Lane Zero Maelstrom, Fluffy Tuffy, All Corpse Gaming, and Omega Kuma Pairing Knives. And then Group B, we have RDG, Rubber Ducky Gaming, Stasis Gaming Resurgence, Maelstrom Esports, Lane Zero Blizzard, Mint Superior, Zero, and Drop Dead Gaming. So similar to what I did for the other leagues, I'm going to ask you guys to provide who you think will win the championship in both groups, not just playoffs, but who's going to take it all. Wild guess if you had to make one.
Wild guess. I think we're both biased. So
this is a pretty easy prediction. I shouldn't even have to ask this question.
Yeah,
Okay.
If I had to be unbiased, completely like just based off of everything I know, I'd have to go with Drop Dead Gaming, the two-time championship winners. They've got the best roster. Their coach shows up to every scrim. It's almost like they're perfect. I don't know.
yeah, basically.
Animosity, you're gonna say the same thing. Drop Dead Gaming is winning.
No, I'm saying my own team's winning 0.
Okay. Well, you guys are in the same group, and you'll
Yes,
probably be
sir.
playing each other
We will
soon.
see
So
what happens.
Sims, is there any way to rig this so match 1 is 0 versus DDG? I will pay handsomely.
No, it's actually predetermined. So basically, I'll explain the schedule in a second. So let's see. Do you guys?
We're
7?
D7 and D6.
Yeah, you're probably not playing each other. Almost. It's T4 or T6. You guys play in week 2. I could swap those for fun,
Oh.
just to rig it,
You should.
But I'm not gonna do that. So I'll get back to the standings, ask you guys a couple more questions. But while I'm on the schedule, let me just explain it to people real quick. So basically, these T4 and numbers, etc., that's when you got drawn for each group. So in Group A, if you were the 4th team drawn, you play the 6th team drawn. This is going to be updated to reflect your team name or whatever, but if you want to know who you're playing right now, you can look at this, and based on when you were drawn, that's who your opponent is. And for every week, as I mentioned, there will be 2 teams that will be playing a cross-group match. These cross-group matches do count for your standings and your overall score, your series score, etc., to determine whether you make playoffs and everything. Each team, so for example, you can see here A7 versus B7. It's the 7th team that was drawn in Group A versus the 7th team that was drawn in Group B. So pretty easy to determine, who plays who on a cross group every week. So for week 1, for example, A7, it's Omega Akuma Pairing Knives versus B7, who is Drop Dead Gaming. I didn't rig it, but that's just how it is. So that is your cross group match. Lesser, are you excited about that?
To play them, sure. It's a
Week
cross group
one,
match,
week one,
so
probably not. I mean, it does count for standings,
Can't
but week
lie, I
one,
don't understand it, but I'll figure it out.
yeah,
so
it's pretty easy
well,
once the
so that
names
that
are
game's gonna
there.
be streamed, correct?
We'll see.
We always stream our championship here at Titan, correct? I thought so.
It's something like that. We'll see. We'll have to.
Yeah,
We'll have
week
to.
one
We'll have to.
it'll be a good fight.
We'll have to evaluate this by tomorrow. So I'll let everybody know.
Are we T6?
You're B6, aren't you?
These? What the
Yes.
fuck are these?
If you go to
I can
Schedule
explain
B,
it to you later, my friend.
yeah, it's pretty easy.
Yeah.
If you go to Schedule B tab, T6, that's your schedule. But don't worry, you don't have to look at it now. We're gonna update it with the actual team names
Okay.
by
Okay,
tomorrow.
that makes.
Yeah.
That'll be better.
Yeah, for sure. Don't worry. It's not staying
These
like that.
these collegiate players coming over to join Titan don't know what they're doing.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's how collegiate is, you know.
For sure. Yeah.
So one final question, and you guys are probably going to be biased again, but if you had to pick somebody to win MVP for the split, who would it be?
MVP. Huh. I'm
Uh,
gonna say you can go first.
no, you can. Go
Okay,
ahead.
I was gonna say my support. So yeah.
Okay. We're going to keep an
Yep.
eye out on the zero supports, who is Atlas Ori.
We've been cooking some stuff.
Okay.
Scrums, so
Okay.
yeah.
We'll see. And Lesser?
Again, I'm very biased. It could go to Branny, it could go to Troy, but if I had to choose someone who's not on my team, I think that the other major candidates would have to be like Never Saw, Verticality, regardless of how much I hate the guy. I also think that fails on support. Really good support. I think he could also win it. So they're quite a good, quite a few good options that are not on the DDG roster, sadly.
Sounds good. Well, we'll see if those predictions come true and how your teams are performing and if everybody else.
I'm excited.
Yeah. I hope
It
you
could
guys
also
are.
be Noah for MVP. I apologize.
Yeah, we'll see. There's going to be a lot of potential options out there. So I think this split is looking a lot more competitive. 14 teams, the two groups. I hope everybody enjoys it. And then, as I mentioned, schedule will be updated. Your week one match is this upcoming Thursday at 8 Eastern. Tune into the stream. That will be picked by tomorrow. And yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Any closing words from Animosity or Lester?
Good luck to everyone in participating. I think Group B is the hardest group. So GG.
It'll be fun. Try and make us lose more than 2 games this entire season. It'll be fun. Competition actually
Oh,
looks
yes,
intense
sir.
this time.
And we
So,
plan to.
we'll see you in a quick 2-0 week 2. We'll get you to bed early.
Damn.
We'll see what happens. Well, thanks everybody for tuning in. Thanks for all the guests that came out. Everybody that stayed around, stuck around to watch, etc. We're excited for a super great split for the winter, and then many more after that. So we'll see who we're able to crown as champions at the end of the split. And yeah, make sure to stay tuned for content. Come out to the streams on Monday through Thursday every week for the next couple of months at 8 Eastern. Tune into the early, support everything, etc., etc. Check out the merch dropping tomorrow, and have a good night. Enjoy your split.